What is up, guys? Welcome to Truth and Transparency, aka Lippy and Lean with Lana. What is good, everybody? What is good? What's this? Woo! Look at this. This is an overhead projector. Can you believe it? I was just catching up on your video from earlier. Oh boy. Oh good. I was breaking in the this. Look at this thing. You guys are gonna love it. The projector, yes.
Projector Polly.
Yes. Projector Polly. We'll let some of us name it.
It's between her and
Pollyanna. Pollyanna the projector. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what's up. Brings me back to elementary school. Well, what the best part about all of this is I just can shuffle stuff out and immediately have it to go at it. I can even put my phone under there and it will do it. So there's just a lot of things that we can do now. And so it's really kind of cool because it enhances your guys' experience. I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm seeing. But for you guys that are listening to me with your earphones on and watching, you can actually see what the heck we're talking about. So Bella's here with me. Say what's up, girl.
Hey, what's up, girl?
What's up, girl?
Happy Sunday.
We have so much to talk to you guys about. All right, so I'm gonna move this in the middle here. And how we're gonna do this is we're taking you guys on from the beginning. How would you guys have investigated this case? All right, meaning like all the way to the beginning. Meaning we have to like put our search warrants in. We have to do, everything. What are we going to tell the public? How are we going to handle this? What should we do? But a little bit of housekeeping. I wanted to talk about a couple different things. Number one is, let's just put this to a close. There is no new date for the preliminary hearing. Okay. It is 100% scheduled. If they choose to change this, which I don't believe that they will, these are their cards. They're going with the preliminary hearing. It is what it is. It's scheduled. It hasn't changed. There's been hearings, you guys, throughout this whole process, meaning this. Let's take a look. Let me go to, let's see, right here. For example, there was a hearing on, excuse me. Well, it should be good. I'll just refocus it for you guys. Okay. Right here. February 10th. There was a motion. Okay. There was a hearing. That means there was a hearing back on February 10th. All right. We didn't know about it, right? So there's going to be, there's been tons of motions and hearings that have taken place in this case. All right. The 25th is no different. It's just, what's it going to be about? All right. So,
and there still will be a lot of motions.
Yeah.
Going into the prelim.
Yes.
It's pretty standard to do this. Some of them make hearings. Some of them are done without hearings.
Yeah. So All right. So that was number one thing I wanted to get out of there, is just this big old misconception that's going around. You guys, there's a hearing.
May 25th.
May 25th. There's a hearing. Now we can sit here all day and guess what the hearing is about. The more I looked into things, I believe that hearing could possibly be a suppression hearing, suppressing evidence for the preliminary hearing. That makes the most sense to me. Possibly also they've been asking for discovery. The defense has been asking for discovery. They asked for it again. From the looks of it, this is normal though. Prosecution doesn't turn over things. So they need to get the courts to compel them to turn over the discovery.
In my opinion, though, that's like too sensitive of a thing that they wouldn't need a hearing for. If the defense needs discovery at this point, the judge would compel them to do it. It wouldn't even need a hearing. But yeah, suppression, it could be about television, like whether it's going to be televised or not. There's a lot of things it could be about.
Yeah. And when you're going to have a suppression hearing, normally that comes from a defense motion to suppress evidence. And usually that comes from the way that something was obtained. So your defense is motioning to have a suppression hearing to not allow certain stuff to be used at the preliminary hearing. Is there going to be a grand jury? No, there is no grand jury right now. They moved forward with a preliminary hearing. This is their guy. 9 times out of 10, anytime that I've ever seen a grand jury is when you don't even have anybody under arrest and you're having a grand jury to indict somebody. So for example, in the Rachel Del Tondo case that I've been working on and with since however long in Pennsylvania, nobody was ever and has been ever arrested for her unsolved homicide, but there's always been these alleged quote unquote grand jury hearings where they're moving to indict somebody. Those are very secretive, and that's not what's happening here. They've arrested Brian Koberger. They said this is their guy. This is who killed. Remember Chief Fry? This is who killed 4 people. He's not in connection with the killings. He did the killings. This is who killed 4 people. So do I see them moving for a grand jury? No, I don't. That would look really, really bad, if you ask me, for the prosecution. What do you think, Bella? Would that look bad?
I think that the prosecution is definitely at this point going to go with a prelim because they want it out there to show that they have so much evidence against him. They don't need a grand jury, which, like Lana said, is a secret thing. We never will know that a grand jury is going to convene on a certain topic until after it has done so. But I mean, look, like anything's possible. Could they go with one? They could go with one.
There's no rule. There's no law against it.
Yeah.
Okay. But this is so high profile, and where this is at, I'm saying that would look ridiculous. It would look very, very, that doesn't make any sense.
Can we get a little bit weird because it's on Lippy Lane?
Yeah, we can get weird.
Because the best way I could put it is the prosecution's putting their big balls on the table and saying, we're going with the prelim. So at this point, if they do...
Because they arrested Brian Koberger for the murder of the 4 students.
So if they go grand jury, you're going to have a lot of people that are going to be like, thought you guys had a lot of evidence. Why are you going with this grand jury? So optics wouldn't be that good for the prosecution if they decided to go with the grand jury. But again, we've seen weirder things. We just had the Vallow case happening. It's happening now. That's been a very bizarre case in Idaho as well. Lots of new, things that happened during that case that we hadn't seen prior.
So yeah, but no, There's no grand jury. There is no new date. June 30th is a Friday, guys. Okay. That is the last day of the scheduled hearing. So there is no new date that this preliminary hearing is starting on. Preliminary hearing is on that Monday and it goes till that Friday. Brian's defense team has agreed to meet with Bethany's attorney and Bethany for a quote unquote, they want to say it's an interview. All right. I'm telling you that I believe that this is a deposition. They say, why does Bella sound so far? Maybe just have to move you closer. I don't think you're that far, though. All right, so that should be better.
Can you guys hear me now? I'll try to really speak loud.
You're fine.
Okay, good.
You're good. So going back, so that Mod Swag, can you hear perfectly fine? Yes, you sound wonderful. Yeah, they want to pull for the projector name.
Do you know how to do polls on this?
Yeah, but we're not doing a poll right now.
Uh-oh. Okay, community post, it'll be there.
Okay, so that's out of the way. What did we just say there with, oh yeah, so Bethany agreed to this meeting and I believe that it's a deposition where both sides will be present in a deposition.
Tell us why, Lana. Why are both sides going to be present?
Both sides are present in a deposition with a court reporter that is she's going to be doing your transcribing. Everything that you say, it's like you're under oath. It's the same thing as you were in a courtroom. And why you have both sides there is because it is treated like if you were on the stand.
So you mean like they get to cross her and ask questions?
Yeah, if they're deposing her, yeah, both sides are, yeah. And they're objecting. Yes. So this isn't, again, some secret meeting between Mr. Batanti and Bethany. Okay, that's not what's happening. This is a deposition, again, in my opinion, because otherwise it makes, again, no sense.
Think about the Amber Heard depots that we saw. If anyone saw those.
Yeah.
So she had her lawyer sitting next to her. And when Johnny's team would ask her, Johnny's lawyers would ask her questions, her lawyers would object to what they thought wasn't right. And then there'd be,
yeah,
she had to answer or didn't, depending.
Yep. So what type of questions could be, asked? I would think asking for, questions like when you were questioned first, what did you tell the police officers? Who did you tell this to? Did you write a written statement out? Do you recall writing a written statement out? Do you recall
how many written statements?
Yeah, how many written statements? Did you ever do a photo lineup? I'm just throwing stuff out there. Things that are going to be relevant.
Things that pertain to the affidavit that we've seen that Richard, the investigator for Koberger's defense, found, things specific to what Bethany had said in some of her interviews. This is housekeeping, right?
Yeah. So we're moving on. It's there's now people want to say out there, again, full disclosure, this is my opinion, that the defense did this for optics to even the playing field I think that that's completely crazy. Because if you're going to say that for this, then you can say that for everything that the prosecution has done. That's just wild. This is a guy that's doing his job. And based off of what he found in the discovery, he's using the term exculpatory, and it is what it is. He believes that Bethany has exculpatory evidence for the defendant. Period. End of story.
I'm excited to see what that's going to be when it comes out. Hopefully they interview her relatively soon.
Yeah, people should be happy that this man is doing his job. But that's what, you pay people to do, their job. Moving on. Carly says, I sat through a 3-hour deposition. It was for a horrible car accident. Sorry to hear about that. The insurance company's attorney asked me questions, but my attorney sat next to me the entire time. Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
That's how it happens, Carly. Yes.
I couldn't agree more, Miss 100. This is not optics. This is someone doing their job. And then it's somebody being very understanding to Bethany and saying, okay, here, because they won. She was ordered to be at that preliminary hearing. Here, we're willing to work with you. We will come to Nevada. Okay. And so, boom, end of story. And I would love to see the extra written paperwork in there because, like I said, there's no way that they're meeting with her, and this is going to be a substitute for her being at the preliminary hearing. There's no doubt about it. And anybody that's saying differently, that's just wild. This is why you would agree to something like this, because you need her at the preliminary hearing. But you can get the same thing out of her if you get to do what you were planning on doing at the preliminary hearing in a deposition. You can do the same thing. Period.
And that is being sensitive to her needs, whatever those were, whether it was a travel restriction that she had, whatever it was. And that is being sensitive. And I'm glad that they are doing that because she did suffer losing her friends.
Yeah. Okay. So, another piece of house cleaning. Here we go. Real quick. On the screen, when I originally did my timeline, I had this from November 12th at 9 p.m. and then it ended on November 13th at basically 12:01. I put down. I want to make sure everybody knows this because this is now coming back into being important in my personal investigation, which is this goes all the way until right before, okay, right after, right about to where the murders got called in on 911. Okay. So it's 9 p.m. on Saturday night until noon on Sunday. And this is for the surveillance of the bank camera, whatever that camera can see. This was for that surveillance. And it went all the way up and until, right after, 911 was called. All right, so there you go. Starting from the beginning. This is important. This is chronological order of everything. Okay. This is all the stack here of every search warrant that we have to date. Okay.
Isn't Projector Polly such a cool little thing? Like, look at what you guys get to see. Like, usually this is something Lana has to email to herself to then share with you guys. But you get to see what it looks like in real binder files, folders, everything.
All right, so let me go like this. Let me redo this for you guys. All right, so this is chronological order of when law enforcement asked when they asked for search warrants, okay, they did not ask for the towers until 11/16, until the day of the first coming out and talking to, I guess you said, the world, and doing a media press conference on television. All right. So what were they then going with on 11, 13, 14, 15? All right, we're going to put our first search warrant in. We want the cell towers. And then we're going to take a look at these cell towers. Boom. Cell towers. Here we go. First thing that would have come back, though, that we know now, is Brian wouldn't have been on any of the cell towers because it was between 3 and 5 a.m. But this is what we're working with. This is what they're able to find from that.
And for people who are new, why would Brian not be on the cell towers?
Well, they are saying that Brian's phone was turned off. So therefore, he wouldn't have hit any cell towers.
During that time that they're asking.
During the time that they did the search warrant for the cell towers was from 3 to 5. Okay. So they would have had hella people on this from 3 to 5. They would have had hella people. Brian Kohlberger was not one of them. So whose phones are being utilized on the cell tower that is being utilized for that home? So there's just a breakdown of that. Yes, Ms. Thyme, exactly. The dates, the timing of the warrants helps tell about the investigation. Exactly. Like where were they headed with this? What were they trying to get? Okay. So here, hold this for a second. Put that in this one. All right. So then what we can look at is, this is what we're being told. November 13th. This is the first press release that they put out. Let me do this. There you go. They gave us a number and they announced the names. They also say that Dollinger is going to be in charge of that. Let's see what else we got. The 14th. Anyone with information related to the homicide, please contact the Moscow Police Department. The 15th. We determined early in the investigation that we do not believe that there is an ongoing threat for the community members. Evidence indicates that this was a targeted attack. Okay. That's it. Then the 16th, they do their first presser. Okay. I'm sorry, I do apologize. Also on the 15th, they went ahead and gave two pressers on the 15th via the media. So this was their second one, where they talk about, based on preliminary information, investigators believe that an edged weapon such as a knife was used. And then this is where they say isolated, targeted attack. All right. Then, like I said, the 16th. Now, they then reveal for the first time, this is where it was determined. Investigators have determined that Ethan and Xana were seen at the Sigma Chi house. That does not mean that they were there for the duration. Okay? The wording is very important. They were seen there at the Sigma Chi house. All right? And then at approximately 1:45, Ethan and Xana are believed to have returned to the residence. Now, something that's always bothered all of us is Dylan and Bethany were said to have been back at the residence at 1 a.m. Okay. The two other roommates were at the residence that night. This is what they're giving us. Autopsies were conducted on the November 17th. Their cause and manner of death as homicide by stabbing. The coroner stated that the 4 victims were likely asleep. Some had defensive wounds, and each was stabbed multiple times. At this time in the investigation, detectives do not believe the 2 surviving roommates or the male at the grub truck surveillance video are involved in this crime, period. Now, this is going to be where we first talk about the first inconsistency, which is with Mr. Gonsalves's interview that he does with Brian Enton. And he says, and so does his wife, that basically their issue was is people were cleared too soon, too quickly. Okay? People were cleared too soon, too quickly. And is my belief that these people were the roommates. That is my belief. Because who else, you have to go based off of this. If nobody is getting information that's special, all right? Meaning if the Gonsalveses are coming out and telling us that the cops aren't talking to them, they're not communicating with them. So they're going based off of everything, like we're going based off of everything. What we're told is what they're told. Except they have her phone and able to like get into it, meaning to look up who she's called, texted, things from like the bill. Then they would have to speak on what else that they could get into. But at the end of the day, what is logic telling us? Who would the Gonsalveses know to say that people were cleared too soon? Because who's been publicly cleared? Who else is being publicly cleared?
When you watch that interview, it's very interesting, but it does seem as if, my opinion only, they are speaking about the roommates. And that doesn't mean that the roommates are guilty. The only thing that the Gonsalves are saying, I believe, is why
can't you share an alibi?
Right. And that was a very important thing.
Yeah. I've never heard, why can't you share an alibi? They have a strong alibi. And it's the wording of it is very kind of, it could be, she has a strong alibi, shared a strong alibi.
Like someone else's. Yeah.
Like if you're talking about Dylan and Bethany, shared, they had a shared strong, but it's strong alibi. But why can't they tell us what that alibi is? That was very, her mom then says you have to break down the video. And this is when, if you go further into watching back to Olivia Chronicles with Olivia and the documentary that she did with them, it was about within an hour, somebody was like, people were cleared within an hour. And I'm very curious to know, think about that. That means Payne's not even there until 4. So when are we talking about clear within an hour? Are we talking about from the first moment of Payne talking to somebody, or within an hour of the 911 call? that's very interesting to me. And that, how are you clearing people? Because I've said that from day one. You know, how are you clearing anybody? Why do you feel the need to publicly clear anybody?
Right. It's so early in the investigation. Why the push to clear people? And I think if everyone puts themselves in the shoes of the Gonsalves, having this happen to their daughter and someone else that they feel is like a daughter to them, you guys would all want the same thing. And it's not saying anybody's guilty, but why are we clearing anybody?
Yeah, and it was share the strong alibi, not she. Yeah, that's what we think. That was like share the same alibi. It was a strong alibi. Share the strong alibi. You know, kind of sounds like she has a strong alibi, shared a strong alibi. She has a strong alibi, shared a strong, you know, so I'm just trying to say that it's, but at the end of the day, there's question marks surrounding all of that, right? And we had them back then. So now when you hear and you see Mr. Investigator write up this affidavit that says, based on what Bethany saw and what Bethany heard, and that's language, but whatever is in this, in my opinion, in the discovery that he read, this man had to have discovery in his hands that either he read it or he saw it on body cam. Okay. But this investigator saw something that Bethany said she saw and heard.
In interviews done.
Yes.
There were specific portions of those interviews that he feels is exculpatory to the defendant, which is Coburger.
Mm-hmm. Let me go make this. All right. So, also they want us to know that additionally, online reports of the victims being tied and gagged are not accurate. It's very interesting wording though, saying not accurate. It doesn't say that that's not correct. It's just not accurate. What would be more accurate? It's just interesting wording right there. That's not accurate. Well, was it not accurate because it's off a little bit? Or were they just tied and not gagged? Were they gagged and not tied?
I just want to know why that was something that was said early and how that rumor.
Yeah, where'd that come from? Like, where'd that rumor come from?
That's a little more important as to why did that even get brought up? Was that something that the kids, I mean, remember there's zip ties. Is that something that the kids were saying and it just got out in the rumor mill in the community? How did they come about with this rumor?
Maybe it's me touching that. Okay, so now let's take these all back. So now here we are. We got 200 and actually it was zip tied. Yeah, exactly. Do people have zip tied on? I don't know. You know what I mean?
We don't know, right?
But isn't that a great thing that you've seen these
the body cams? Yes.
Yeah. Hold on, let me move this. Move this. All right. So we have 334 people in here. So obviously, when you're doing an investigation and you're sitting at a round table and everybody's throwing out their opinions on how to go about something, what do we release to the public? What should we, what should we say to them? What shouldn't we say to them? Is this going to compromise the investigation? So I want to see what you guys think, because after I watched the Boston Marathon documentary, I thought about some interesting things about comparing this case, what they did, in terms of releasing stuff to the public, and what they chose, not to, or what they were debating on it. And the big debate was with the Boston Marathon bombers, the police chief, he wanted to release the photos, and the FBI was like, no.
And by photos, you mean photos of the suspects?
Yes, photos of the suspects. So go ahead, throw it up in chat here. If you were running the investigation with would you have put out the pictures that you had of the Boston bombers, the Boston Marathon bombers? Would you have chosen that route to put their pictures out? Or would you not have chose to put them out? They were the brothers that did the 2013 Boston Marathon bombing. There was 2 bombs that they set off. And they were able to, within like it was like 54, 72 hours, they had footage. People were turning in footage. Would you put them out? So we have people saying yes, no.
And for those saying yes and no, can you tell us why you would think that way? Because there's no right or wrong answer.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, this is how you would go about your investigation. Right now, all I see is 2 no's. If you're requesting the public's help, then give us the info so we can, in my opinion. Yeah, that was basically the thing, is that if you're putting this out to the public, you're asking for them to help because they believe that they had decent photos, that when they showed these photos, that it was clear enough that people were going to be like, okay, I know this person. They're either a relative or they're a friend or they're someone you work with. Okay.
Or go to school with.
Yeah, go to school with.
Yeah, you've seen around town.
Okay. So then it comes to this part of it, which is I was listening to, again, Chronicles with Olivia, because I wanted to break down what Kaylee's sister was saying in terms of, she specifically says that she saw the Ring camera footage and she saw them come home, meaning the 2 girls, meaning Maddie and Kaylee. So she saw this Ring footage. Okay. So she saw this Ring footage. How? How did her sister see this footage? Well, because guess what? They're all friends with each other over there, right? So what do? You start making phone calls, or you go there and you start asking people, you know what I mean? But
well, think about what you would do for your friend, Lana.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You wouldn't wait. You would, whether you were friends with that person or not, you would go to that neighborhood and look for cameras and then knock on doors.
Yeah. Well, but the point being is that whatever footage she looked at, that I don't believe that she's lying about.
I don't either.
She was able to determine that her sister, well, she considers them both her sisters. So her sisters got out of that car and was home at 1:56 a.m.
So they made it home, and at least
That's what she says. They made it home. They're home at 1:56 a.m. and that they're there, that they're home, that she sees them get out of a vehicle. Perfect. Now, explain to me, because I'm right with you. For the most part, people in here were like, yeah, make the public aware. The chief of police won this. Okay. It's obviously his investigation. It's his call at the end of the day. But they did bring in the FBI because it was terror. They were looking at this as a terrorist attack. But the Boston police chief said he believed that his people that lived in his community had a right to know and to see these photos and to be on the lookout because these people were dangerous. And so, but everybody went against him.
You mean the FBI didn't want that?
Correct.
Right.
People were going against him in that round table, at that circle table, when discussing this. And they asked some questions like, well, do you believe that putting that out got that police officer then killed? I don't know if people know that, but they can remember back then, but on that manhunt, there was then a police officer that was killed.
It was an MIT police officer, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So
very brutal in his car.
Yes. And his answer was they were attempting to get another gun. They went for his gun. That was going to happen regardless. About his picture being out or not. And I thought that was a very, logical answer. But yeah, so what ends up happening is that yes, they put out this pictures, the two brothers, and they're able to find out that they are brothers, and they're able to get intel on them. But there were a lot of really heroic people as to them getting caught. But going back to this situation is, okay, Olivia sees this ring footage. This is the same ring footage, in my opinion, that has this white Elantra, that has this vehicle that would be in question. You know what I mean? And so do you think that if Olivia sees that her two sisters come home and they make it home safely and they're in that house, wouldn't you then continue to watch that ring camera like a hawk? Because your sisters were in that house and that's where they were murdered. So you're going to try to pay attention to that's not true at all. You're trying to pay attention to anything in every vehicle that would be coming home, like coming there and whatnot. And don't you think that sitting down with somebody like Olivia or
Richard?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you're an investigator, you need to know who these cars are. Maybe the people that live, like the roommates. Hey, can you help us identify who these cars are driving back and forth? Do you know who these cars are? Would that be something that you would ask these survivors? Would that be a question that you would ask these survivors or the neighbors to sit down and look at footage and say, do you recognize this vehicle? Because this would be an investigative question to say, are you going to make this known or are you not? But we have to, because I've never heard in all the years I've ever seen anything where you put out a stock image photo of.
And you're talking about the Elantra.
I'm talking about the Elantra here.
You're talking about the press release that went out was not a photo of the car in question, but
this is a 2011 and 2011 and 2013. We'll zoom in. That's what was put out.
And these are stock photos, and it is bizarre. I don't know if anyone in chat has seen where an investigation has happened and they've used stock photos. Lana and I can't remember one. It's highly unusual to not use the real image. But erring on the side of like devil's advocate, the video camera that caught it could possibly be really horrible and you can't tell, which this stuff will get answered in a trial.
But check this out. I think I have another one that's actually a little bit better of a.
Yeah, like bigger.
Hang tight.
There it goes.
So I was doing a bunch of things these past. You can just move that because I'll put this one up instead. I was like, I think I found something. I said, I want to know where these images came from. Why did they pick these images to use? Where did this come from? These cars. Here it is. This is the one-page thing that they put out. Okay. Where did this came from? Like, where did these come from? Back up.
Let me try my light.
Hold on. It's fine.
It's a new toy.
I've looked at ring camera footage. It's pretty decent. It's not like that house can't be rolling with like a 2002 ring. You know what I mean? It's good. So check this out. We went ahead and we reverse image searched these two. These two are totally two different years. Okay. Totally two different types of tires. Look at Okay. One's a 2011 and one is legit a 2013. They are from two different, one of them is from a
very reputable Edmunds.
Yeah, Edmunds dealership. One of them is from an Edmunds dealership, and the other one is from a Carfax. Okay. And I was just curious. I'm like, of all the vehicles that they wanted to use, like, why would you pick a certain vehicle to like? I mean, trust me, this is actually a very important decision to make. This is the image that you're putting out to the world that you want help with. But you basically put out you want help with, like, these are two different. This one of them. When I first saw this, I thought it was like the same. I thought there wasn't a difference between 2011 and 2013. All right. Well, I could tell you what, Google could tell the difference. One of them is 2011, the other one's 2013. Also, but just look at the tires. Okay. That's a piece of shit hubcap on the left. and those are some rims on the right. Okay. And you have the photos. You have a stock image. I'm sorry. You have actually a still image of the actual vehicle that you would have seen. Why aren't you putting that out? At this point, when you're going to go ahead and say what you're looking for, why aren't you just putting out the vehicle that you're looking for? You guys, think about that. Think about that for a second. You have the car that you need somebody to identify. Why aren't you just putting out the vehicle? Because you're already giving us the information. Think about that. Think about they were sitting at the round table and you're sitting and telling me that nobody in that room was like, why aren't we just putting out the still image that we have?
I think there were a lot of people saying, let's not put out the image. The chief is always going to.
Oh, did they have the baby? Congrats if they did.
I can't see chat, so yeah. You had a baby.
The baby, I think, was born.
Whose baby?
Daniel's from Drunk Turkey. They have a baby.
Congratulations, Daniel.
Okay. Well, that deserves a dance.
Do it. Do it.
Oh, wait. No, not yet. Oh,
never mind, Daniel. I'm kidding.
Well, Vicky gets blocked. No, I'm just kidding. Vicky, you stop it. No. We went to doctor earlier, but not yet. Okay, good. Because I'm doing my own baby pool. I said Cinco de Mayo. So, why are they putting out the wrong generation Elantra? Elantra has 7 generations. Yeah, there's a lot of things, but just you guys, come on, think. We have to use our heads here. We're all sitting at a round table. Daniel, me, Bella, throw in frickin' Frack, throw in 374 of you guys. And I say, okay, guys, it's time. We're going to go ahead and release we need someone to come forward on this white Elantra. Okay. Even though we're getting so many hits, even though law enforcement, we're still going through all of the hits that we have through all the people that have cars on campuses. We haven't even got through all those yet, but you know what? It's time. We need people to come forward and tell us who's driving this car or who is in this vehicle. So we're going to put out the vehicle. Okay. And you know what, guys? Go and find me some really good stock photos. One of a 2011 and one of a 2013. Wouldn't you say to me, huh? What are you talking about? Well, yeah, we're going to put out stock images. What? Wait, what? Why? Why are we putting out stock images? Why? There's only one reason. Because do you think that they had a hard time deciding on, do we put out the one from WSU's campus that we're going to go with? Or do we put out the one from King Road that we're going to go with? Because they're two different cars. Or, I mean, why aren't you using the photo from the ring? Now, let me show you what I mean by that. Let me show you what I mean by that. I went ahead and took my phone and I did something. You guys remember when we came through with the body cam footage? Okay. So I've been busy doing some stuff. Okay. And I wanted to take a picture of this. Let me move this out of the way.
This is the best toy ever, let me just say, because you could just do this.
Okay, hold on though.
Is the glare on?
I'm going to refocus it for a second. Okay, there we go. All right, take a look. I got this photo because I wanted the front of the white car that was parked at during one of the body cams. Okay. That's what I wanted. I wanted that front part of it. So I took a picture of that. Because when you look at, let's see, where is it? Oh, here it is. When you look at a 2013 Hyundai Elantra, okay, see how that's straight across with the bottom, I guess you could say, light, fog light, but it's really not a light. Okay, that's a 2013 front end. All right, now take a look. Let's go to our stock image here. You see how that's the same type of front end? Let's go like this. You shut that light off, it'll probably better.
You know, it'd be better to turn this light on. It's not plugged in.
It is. It has to do it on its own, I think.
Wow.
Yeah. Do you see that right there? 2013. Straight across. That's exactly what this is. Straight across. Okay? Now check this out. That's your 2013. Your 2015. Let me just back this out. (2015) It has the backwards L. So side by side, this would be Ryan's kind, okay? Totally different. Totally different. Now, what's even more so different is the mirror. On the back of the mirror of a 2015, all right, you have 2015. This is when they added a blinker. You saw my blinker, bitch. Okay. Now, this is what an expert would do. They're going through everything. So this is a 2015 blinker, and then your fog lights. And then when that wasn't enough to be, to change, look at the front hood. See that type of grill right there? It swoops down and around. It's also a different swoop with the impact around the H.
Do you think that would be picked up in ring camera?
The grill, you can see, I'm going to show you, the grill is outlined in chrome. Your wheels, not those shitty hubcaps. And when you look at it from, again, I took all of this from a manual. It's 2015 manual. Okay, because I wanted to know the back of the what do you call it? The back of the vehicle. Because if you were to see something from, here we go, from a ring camera, take a look. You can look at it on Brian's cam. Okay. This is a 2015. Oh, I am, Brooke. Brooke, I'm doing that.
Read it.
I'm putting it on I'm doing them on transparent paper so they could be over top, but you're gonna be able to see.
Is that Brooke E?
Yeah.
She's so smart.
So do you see the back lights here? Okay. See where they're located? Now, we're gonna take that's 2015. Okay. Let me show you where they're located on even a 2014. That's the year, but this is when they changed. This is even 2014. Okay. Look at where they sit down here. Okay, I'm gonna put them side by side. Let's do this. Okay. The 2014, 13, 12, 11, they all are 2013. Look at where those are where the lights are on the back. The lights are up on the top of the bumper. They're underneath the bumper. Okay. When you would see this vehicle from behind, there's no way that you're making a mistake in the dark time with where those lights would be placed. Okay. There's more.
Well, remember you also talked about the little antenna.
Yeah, I talked about the antenna. The antenna is definitely different. Let's go back to this stock image that they wanted to use. Okay. Notice how one of them, I counted, these are actual rims, and this is like your shitty hubcap. All right. This is so easily noticeable. If somebody has on a Ring camera, if you're able to use a still, we're talking about someone that said that they tried to stop a vehicle, attempt to park, okay? Attempt to park, and they drove how many times? 5 total. But why would they use a stock image of one with the tires? Like, these tires are totally different. And these are totally 2 different cars. 2015, they changed it up. They went, this is their tires. See here? 2015. Tires. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can't get around this. And when you look at this vehicle now and you look at this, the stock image that they use, if you're sitting here and telling me that when you're looking at this, and we played the game Photo Hunt, and what's different, what are you circling? I'm circling, the wheels are different. Your fog light, your grill, your backlight. And then if you really want to top it all off, the light up top here is different. The emblem is slightly slanted. It's different. And then there is a sensor button that hangs on 2015 that doesn't hang on 11 or 13, if you want to be so technical. And this is what an FBI person would do. That you're talking about. This is what they do for a living. Okay? So now I ask you one more time, why was this used and not the still shot of what you had? Use 2 different images, 2 different years. Why these photos? And why not just use the still image that you have from the house? Why not? Like, that's like saying that the bridge guy from Delphi. That's even saying with the Boston Bombers, let's take the hats off of them. Let's like change something up. Why you would just show what you have, or you don't show anything at all, right? Why are you doing this? You've already admitted, like, why aren't you just showing the still? And you guys, I'm going to give you my answer. And my answer is there's a problem. There's a problem. There's a reason that they did not use the still image, period. Who the hell sits down and says, go pull me up some stock photos that we're going to use? Wouldn't you be like, what? Why aren't we putting out the photo of the actual car that we're looking for? That makes no sense. None. Makes no sense. Stock images. And then they wonder why on December 8th, due to the volume of calls with the tips that the tips and leads coming in about the request for information of the white 2011 and 2013 Hyundai Elantra, the tip line is now directed to an FBI call center. Yeah. And I think that's what that was the plan.
Well, the chief knew that was going to happen.
How could you? What do you think is going to happen?
And that's probably, in my estimation and guess, Payne was against. Payne, and I'm just guessing because I don't know Payne, would have been against this because of all. Once tips come in, you have to vet every tip. You have to. And so you're going to have all these tips coming in. You're going to have to vet once you open it up to the public. But the chief is always going to win. I'm not talking about FBI versus chief. I'm talking about investigative officer versus the chief.
You guys, but there's no answer for this. Do you understand there's no answer for this? And do you understand that not a single person, think about how crazy this is. You tell me a radio station or a TV station, okay, that said, hey, why aren't you giving us the actual photo? Who questioned and asked the police, why aren't you giving us the actual photo? Why aren't you releasing the video? Hey, here's the bridge guy, but guess what? We're not going to give you the bridge guy. We're not going to release any of that. But we're looking for a guy that was wearing blue jeans, blue, hoodie. He walks with he waddles. He's probably like this, what?
Well, I mean, they did in that case give us these sketches that then they did one sketch, then they turned around and gave us another sketch. Remember that? Because
those were from people's eyewitness, what they thought somebody looked like when they talked to a sketch artist.
But then here
you had supposedly this Snapchat video the whole time, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. And but in this situation here, you had to go through back it up. Who said to anybody out there? Who said to anybody out there, hey, these are stock images? Where's the image from the actual? Yeah, where's the still? Where's the actual still from the Ring camera, from the video? Or where's the video? But nobody out there had any issues with this. You want to know why, guys? I had a friend in town, and she literally had a light bulb go off inside of my head because she says, Lana, they released the video. They showed us the still. It was the gas station image, that picture from the gas station. I said, excuse me? She said, yeah, they put it out there. That's the vehicle. They put out a picture of the actual car. It's out there. I started to laugh. Can I have one of those? I started to laugh because I said, holy shit, you got to be shitting me. I'm like, Susie Q, be honest with me. Do you really, this whole time you've thought this whole time that's the car that they've been talking about that was by the king? Like, yeah, it is. And I said, oh, for heaven's sakes. I said, great. This whole time you're telling me that people literally thought this out there in this world this whole time, that picture that was taken was someone's cell phone, because you could see the outline of it, someone's cell phone of the actual still from the camera of the gas station attendant person. That's what people think is the actual photo from that's the King Road car. That's what people think out there. But no, but they did it on, like, so think about this. This was put out there at the same time, and all these people are over here assuming because we don't have a timestamp. We don't have timestamps until the PCA comes out. That's wild to me. I mean, I knew that that wasn't the car that they're referring to in the PCA when you're talking about immediately in the vicinity, and here we have this car driving up and down King. Well, where's that picture? Because we know that that's allegedly from the gas station. So where's the picture from here? So now do we think that there's at all a problem that they couldn't release that vehicle after they put out that picture of that car and it wouldn't have matched? What? Yeah, it actually was.
Actually, with what? Read then.
The gas station footage was not even released to the public yet, was it? It was like, yeah, it
Yeah.
was.
I mean, wasn't that what you were also saying is like,
I'm just
they had to kind of push it because the gas station was released, the photo was released. So like they almost had to push this issue on the 7th of December.
Yeah, because this was starting to come. It was starting to come out.
Mm-hmm. Then they kind of get it.
But then, so I started thinking, and I'm like, all right, well, why did they go with a stock image? Who would sit around a round table and say, let's put out a stock image of the vehicle that we have?
The chief.
I'm like, this is an absolute. I want someone to give me any possible educated guess as to why they would do that. And it's either because the photo that you have is shit and you can't tell anything from it, and that's a problem. Or B, it is totally obvious who's ever driving the vehicle, or that the make and model is not a 2015.
Well, if it was B, Ann Taylor is going to have pretrial motions, and it's not even going to go to a prelim. I mean, if they're going this far with this, and the thing is B, it's not even going to go to a prelim. It'll be thrown out. I mean, like if there's somebody else driving it and it's not BK, it would be thrown.
I've just never heard of such fuckerage, and shame on shame on mainstream media who isn't the ones that are like, why are they giving us stock images? I didn't give you guys stock images when I put out the body cam. I gave you guys the body cam. I didn't play I played the whole entire thing. I didn't just play a clip of it. Truth and transparency. Narratives. Here's the whole thing. Now let's dissect it. Well, who the hell would put out stock images and expect people to, hey, have you seen this car? Yeah, I saw it in the Carfax magazine.
The car I was going to buy. Did you buy that car? I bought that car.
Oh, shit.
But we haven't ever seen that. I'm just wondering if chat has ever seen stock images put up, not just of cars, maybe of something else that you could maybe
stock image of a house. Stock image. This is the house, what it looked like when it was on the market to be bought.
Let's just talk about Chris Watts for a second. Stock image of a Chris Watts, a white man with the receding hairline. I mean, have you guys ever had that happen? You guys are true crime buffs. Have you ever seen that happen? I can't see chat, so I'm going to leave it up to Lana to see if anyone says yes, and please let us know so we can reference that case.
So let's take a look at something. So I want to look at these dates. Dates matter. All right.
Well, look at how fancy you are right now.
What am I doing? I'm looking at something. Hold on, let me get out of there. Let's take a look here. Oh, God, I take so many photos. Okay. Take a look. December 13th. That's the date on there. I'm sure you guys can't see it, but it's the date. A month later, December 13th, 2022. Number 1, people cleared publicly. Number 2, a white car. Witness or suspects, ? Number 3, time of murder. Number 4, campus safe. Number 5, target or random. That was the list of things that we were going to be discussing that I deemed to be really, really important. Okay. Well, let's see where we are today. What's today's date?
It's the 30th.
It's the 30th.
Oh my gosh, we're about to be on May 1st.
I know. So number 1, people cleared publicly. Oh, that's still an issue. A white car, witness or suspect. That's still a thing. Time of murder. Yep. Campus safe or not? Well, and was this target or was this random? That was December 13th. Then we put out the videos of all the
body cams.
The body cam. Body cam. They said in the Kylie Rodney case, Lana, did they put out a stock image of what, like her vehicle?
Actually, that is true. Everyone was questioning that if that was a stock image of her vehicle, because they were like, there's snow there. But it might not, you guys, correct me if I'm wrong. It was an image, because wasn't it that her grandfather bought it for her? And it was the image, people purported that it could have been from the grandfather, like from when he bought it and had it. But yeah, that is a very good point, because it was brought up that it
great. So that's
another
been
one.
There you go. We got a lot of people that still. Okay, so this, what it showed it did for me is, okay, now we just clogged our whole lines up with, we were looking for a 2011 to 2013, which is not even the make and model of now what they say is the suspect's vehicle. Now check this guys out, with an unknown license plate. I'm going to zoom in there because it does not say does not have a front license plate. Now that's what they're saying now, but with an unknown license plate. Okay. As previously reported, detectives are interested in speaking with the occupants of a white 2011-2013 Hyundai Elantra with an unknown license plate. Tips and leads have led investigators to look for additional information about a vehicle being in the immediate area of the King Street residence. Tips and leads? You mean the surveillance camera? That's all that it was. The surveillance camera, right? That's why you're looking for this car, right? What would be a tip and a lead that you got other than the surveillance camera? So let's go back to this. If I want to know who drives this vehicle that are friends, like, I mean, if you think that this car didn't go and pull and drive into their driveway and go there. So let's go back to what I said. Olivia, there's no way that I'm leaving that house without all the footage so that I can watch it to see who was coming in and out of there, right? Because she sees her sisters get dropped off and they're alive and they're home. So who was in the house when they arrived home? Who came to their house to do this crime? Yeah, the car doesn't even go there. But look at what they say. Tips and leads have led investigators to look for additional information about a vehicle being in the immediate area of the King Street residence. I would love to know what those tips and leads were, if there was something in addition to calling it in or being seen on the camera, rather. Investigators believe the occupant or occupants of this vehicle may have critical information to share regarding this case. Now, I believe that's all a bunch of smoke and mirrors, right? Because we know when they had Brian Koberger in his vehicle, that we know what they didn't. Did they talk to him? Yeah. Okay. Watch this.
It's going to turn on now.
Watch this.
Oh my God, so exciting.
There you go. Now we're really in school.
That is cool.
And that's sick. Okay. Now deep dive here with me, guys. Ready? Here's your deep dive. All right. So they said that tips and leads led them to look for additional information about the vehicle being in the immediate area of the King Road residence. Okay. Now, is this just a narrative that they need to go with? Because remember going to this exculpatory evidence of what possibly Bethany could have?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's go back to tips and leads led us here. This is on, you guys can see the date, December 8th. Okay? Check it out. Now, what did they get back that we know of between 11/16, when they first did their first, this is when the chronological order of when law enforcement asked for the search warrants, not when they got them back. Okay? So all of this, they deemed it necessary to get bank statements, going after all financial stuff. Okay. Whatever they were doing before they ever did the cell towers with their canvassing the neighborhood, they come out wanting to know that, hey, we need all surveillance cameras west of Taylor. Remember? They want Kaylee's Reddit account on 11/20.
So a week after.
Yeah, but look at how soon though this is.
Mm-hmm.
So you only did the cell towers, then you did the bank with the, what is it? Surveillance camera, Bank of America, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. See the security videos, there you go. And that's where my typo was wrong, so it says at 13. And then boom, Facebook and Reddit.
And Reddit, it says Kaylee's account only.
Yeah, that was the only Reddit account that they went for. Then you have Apple. Then they did another one for Xana with Facebook because they said, I don't know if she had additional account, but it says that she did. Sometimes you'd get locked out of yours and you'd have to make another one, or you were younger when you made one.
Yes.
Apple. This is the router. Check it out, guys. This router only dates back to September 14th, 2022. This is really important. Remember how they were saying that
there it is.
They want to talk about anybody that would have been on this router. None of the dates that they could ever say that this router pulled anything on in August or at the beginning of September, because this router only went back until September 14th of 2022 to present. Why was it a new router? Why does this router not go back past September 14th, 2022?
Is that what they're saying, or are they saying they only want it from September 14th, 2022?
Yeah, and I'm trying to sit here to say that maybe they could only go back that far because that's when it was
installed.
That they had a new router.
So if, let's say they got a new router, then could they hit up Charter Communication and be like, we want information from the old router from, blank till September 13th, 2022. They would be able to do a search warrant for a router, that got traded in. Do you think that they would keep that kind of information? That'd be weird.
No, the reason that I know that it wasn't a new account started is because Maddie lived in that house prior to, and all these girls were doing was transferring stuff over into people's names. So I looked back into that because I got all of their Venmo transactions.
Are you answering a chat question?
Yeah, it was a chat question.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Let me do this. Every time I move, that thing shakes. Okay. Now, Wells Fargo, Department of Labor. Then let's take a look right here. They found Brian's car right first thing in the morning. Okay. K-Bar came back. Tinder, the first one that they did. Victims' cars moved to a secure location the same day that Brian's car was found, and they got into those vehicles. They towed them, rather. not sure if, you guys can think that. Google and then DoorDash on the 6th. Okay. Oops. Sorry. DoorDash on the 6th. Tinder account number 2. Blue Ocean, Extreme Networks. Now remember, guys, that there was this big to-do with Kaylee possibly having a stalker. And they come out and tell us, guys, we went through all this stuff and Kaylee didn't have a stalker, right? We went through everything. So take a look. I went ahead and I pulled. Here, hold that over there. Here's these. Okay. Okay, but before I'm gonna just show everybody what could have possibly led in their investigation that we know of right now that would have led to their investigation pointing to would you say this vehicle doesn't go to their house, doesn't go into their house, there's no person coming in or out of that, like from this car. So why do they think that this car is associated with these crimes?
You mean the Elantra?
Yes, the Elantra, based off of what they wrote on December 7th and December 8th as to what led them to wanting that this person actually had information. Is it because it pushes the timeline without them telling anybody that it pushes the timeline? So, for example, we're all told that this happened between 3 and 4 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
That white Elantra was seen from 3:29 to 4:20.
Right.
So again, let's see here. Which one? It's this November 20th. Okay. Oh, what the heck? Okay, here we go. Move that. Okay, I'm going to back up a little bit. Oopsies. That just popped off.
I think she earned the name Pollyanna.
Why is that?
Because she just was naughty.
Okay, there we go. Hopefully that'll work now. Sorry, I had to read you something. There we go. All right. December 20th. They only conducted 38 interviews at this point. Okay. And tips. Detectives are looking for context to the events and people involved in these murders. So is it people as in plural that have done these murders? Context to the events and people involved in these murders. We do not believe any individual at the residence when 911 was called is involved in this crime. Detectives believe, this is the original information, detectives believe that on November 12th, the two surviving roommates had also been out in the Moscow community separately, but returned home by 1 a.m. on November 13th. The two did not wake up until later that morning. This is the first time that this is worded differently. Additionally, detectives seek additional tips and surveillance video of any observed suspicious behavior on the night of November 12th into the early hours of November 13th, while Kaylee and Maddie were in downtown Moscow, and when Ethan and Xana were at the Sigma Chi house. At this time in the investigation, detectives do not believe the following are involved in the crime: two surviving roommates, male in the grub truck surveillance video, or the private party driver who took Kaylee and Madison home on November 13th. So who do we think the Gonzalez's were talking about again? Moving on. To now, November 21st. This is the first time that we hear about the dog. Again, 600 tips, 38 interviews still. FBI first day having a link. It's the first time that the FBI put out a link that they're accepting tips, by the way. On the night of the incident, officers located a dog at the residence. The dog was unharmed and turned over to animal services and then released to a responsible party. Okay. On November 13th, a 911 call registered aid for an unconscious person. The call originated from inside the residence on one of the surviving roommate's cell phones. Okay. I haven't seen anything about Kaylee and her stalker yet until, let's see, I think it's right here.
And you were just on November 21st, right?
Yep.
And we're going in order, right?
Yep.
Because you're a numbers gal.
I am. November 22nd. New resource webpage. There you go. Again, they're letting us know about their November 23rd presser. And nothing new. See, to date, nearly 600 tips. So I was going through just to see what was ever different. They never updated. So like, then November 23rd, 3D scans made of residents. That was new. IPS forensic team, over hundreds of hours they talk about. Okay, boom. There you go. There is your first mention of Kaylee having a stalker. Kaylee mentioned having a stalker, but detectives have been unable to corroborate the statement investigators are requesting anyone with information about a potential stalker or unusual instances to contact the tip line. Okay, that's so November 23rd. Now, take a look. Kaylee's Reddit, all the Facebooks, all the Instagrams, social media, November 23rd. So right here, we'll stop right here. This is what law enforcement would have had back on the 11/20.
23rd.
Yeah, right to here. So they wouldn't have had that back yet. This is what they would have had back to be able to go through as far as cyber stalking with their accounts. That's what they had back at that point. Okay. But look at this. They asked for Kaylee's Reddit account on 11/20. They didn't get this back until December 19th. That's when it was asked for, but they didn't put it in. All right, and this is all they would have had to go off of saying that we're trying to now put in Brian Kohlberger. So based on, are you going to believe the police or not? Kaylee mentioned having a stalker, but detective. So where did that come from? The family is like, what? They weren't the ones saying Kaylee had a stalker. The family didn't throw that up there. Who threw that up there? Who said that Kaylee had a stalker? Where did that come from? Well, they said they went through her social media basically, and they couldn't find one. This is where they announced for the first 103 pieces of evidence. And then literally the next day is going to be Thanksgiving. And they changed that from 103 to 113. First time they talk about that they changed this. First time they have a subcategory, investigative information. So this is the first time that in a press release that they use this subcategory. Okay. They did updated information. Now they start this investigative information because then they move to this is the first time that they're clearing Jack D publicly. And because they were just keeping everything under additional information before. Kaylee told us she had a stalker. Day after Thanksgiving. This is where I think the latent print comes from. To date, they were given $1 million on November 25th. $1 million from funding.
Wasn't it from the mayor?
No, from the governor.
Governor.
It's from the governor, man.
Thank you, Governor.
113 pieces now. It was 103, so it was 10 new pieces. They have 260 now new digital link tips from the FBI. Kaylee update. Kaylee, Maddie. They updated their time from their arrival home. To date, 113 pieces. Governor Brad Little. Investigators have determined that Ethan and Xana were seen at the Sumakai house. That's it. Not that they were there the whole time. They were seen at approximately 1:45 a.m. your knees shaking and it's making the shake.
Okay.
Ethan and Xana are believed to have returned to the residence. Now, remember I told you guys about that word, are believed to have returned to the residence at 1122 King Road. How come you cannot determine that? So Kaylee's sister is able to see Kaylee and Madison get out of a car and walk into that house. But no one's able to determine on a Ring camera what time, like, think about how many days have gone by. They're believed to have returned to the residence at approximately 1:45 a.m. You guys, but that doesn't mean that they returned there from the Sigma Chi house. Okay, you have to break up the sentence. Investigators have determined that Ethan and Xana were seen at the Sigma Chi house. That's going to be Bethany. Bethany's going to be testifying to that. Okay? But at approximately 1:45, and they're just saying Ethan and Xana are believed to have returned to the residence. That does not mean that they're returning to the residence from the Sigma Chi house. That's not what that means. But that's their creative way of doing that. That's not what that means. It was previously reported that Ethan resided at home. However, it has been determined that he was only visiting. Because remember, they're asking for more context around where Ethan and Xana were that night. And they're asking for more context where Maddie and Kaylee were that night. Well, what do you need more context about where Maddie and Kaylee were that night? They were at the corner club at that bar the whole damn time. They're on surveillance camera. Like, what are you talking about? And see, like, we know this now. So when you go back and you actually look at it like day by day. So then we go to, what day is that? The 25th?
Mm-hmm.
I'll go that down. They didn't do one on the 26th. The 27th of November, they don't talk about how many interviews they've done. Now it's over 488 digital media submissions from the 260. This is when they announced that they're having the candle lit, see updated investigation. They don't really have anything to add. I went through that. So there was nothing really to talk about that day. Then the 28th, they do talk a little bit about, there we go. Updated information. There have been media questions, again, the 28th, regarding a February 2022 death on Baker Street. This was Hannah's death. It was due to an overdose. This case is not related to the ongoing murder investigation. Boom. They could just determine it just like that. This has nothing to do with that. Okay? There have been online reports of a red Mustang. You know, why was there the need to talk about this? Like, what was going on with this red Mustang? Like, who would put that? Like, why?
Remember they had a thing for rumor mills? Is this before the rumor mill part? Remember they had a thing up here about rumor mills? Like, we're dispelling these rumors.
Yeah.
So does that come later, like in December?
Yeah, this is November 28th. Detectives are looking for context to the events and people involved in these murders. See, the people involved in these murders. To assist with the ongoing investigation, any odd or out of the ordinary events that took place should be reported. Our focus is the investigation, not the activities. This is the first time that they talk about, this is when Mr. Gonsalves comes out and he says, guys, they don't care if you were underage drinking. They don't care about drugs even. Okay? This has nothing to do with, no one's trying to get you in trouble. Okay, we're not trying to get you in trouble.
We want to solve this.
Correct. So look at where this investigation was going. And you want to sit here and tell people that, oh, don't worry, this was an isolated, targeted situation. And then you have Kaylee's sister who's like, what are you people doing there? Leave.
Leave the university.
Like, what are you doing? You're not safe. Like, they were just stabbed in the middle of the night. There's a crazy person out there. Why would you put that out? Why would you put that out in a presser? You want people to come forward because what? They're scared to come forward because they think what? They're going to get in trouble, right? Why would you? Oh, wait, did this not go up on the thing anymore?
What do you mean?
Oh, I don't know.
No, I think it was up the whole time. Hold on.
I don't know.
Wait, you ended.
No. You're telling me that was not up on the screen the whole damn time? I'm going to be really royally pissed.
Hold on. Hold on. No, okay. Where it says hand is, yes, it was. This was.
Okay, good. It must have just come down for a second.
Yeah.
Hold on now. Watch this. Copy. All right, paste. Now hit that link because I'm sure some of you guys want to talk about the first half of this because I wanted to take us all the way up till November. And there was just a couple more dates, November 29th and 30th. Again, nothing. But just looking at like what are they doing? What's coming back? What's going on? Where is this investigation heading? It's heading nowhere fast.
Hit the link, guys.
I've just got questions. She's like, I just got questions.
G-Dubs is the best.
All right, go ahead. Just put your questions in chat then for the first half. Because I'm going to throw up old school pictures here.
Old school pictures on the projector?
I'm going to try, yeah.
Do it.
I'm going to try. I don't know what would.
And while she does that, you guys take a moment to hit the thumbs up. And if you aren't subscribed, or I don't know why you wouldn't be, just go ahead and subscribe for free.
Where's the blood? That's why. Do this.
Autofocus that.
Autofocus that ass.
I love it.
All right, let's see. Question.
Is it J-Dub?
No. Some of these questions sometimes don't come through on this end of it. It's really pathetic, but they didn't have to wait. So the question is why did they have to wait until BK got to PA to arrest him? They did not have to wait. That's just what they did. That's part of their investigation, I guess. What's up, girl? You're on.
I can't.
Let's hope I can hear. Can you hear on your end?
No.
Am I on?
Yep, there you go. Now we can hear you.
I'm in the hospital.
Oh gosh, prayers.
Show. I had a stroke.
Oh
So,
gosh.
Take
watching.
so I can see who it is.
Okay. All right. Well, what's up, girl? What do you think?
I think he didn't do it.
All right. What's your biggest red flag?
No blood outside.
No blood outside. Yeah, that's a lot to overcome.
How can you do something like that and no blood outside? Just couldn't happen.
Unless Bethany saw a naked man running.
Yeah, true.
National Enquirer.
Yeah, there you go. Good. Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with you on that. I mean, unless there is blood outside and we just don't know about it yet, you know.
Yeah.
I didn't see any markers out there. At least in the Brett Kapaka shooting, you saw there was a marker outside to that gun. You know what I mean? Like you saw one of the markers. I just didn't see any markers ever outside of that house. I never saw any evidence markers.
We kind of talked about this though, right?
And
it's that how it is in movies isn't necessarily how it is in a stabbing, where a lot of the blood happens after the person is dead. So they're bleeding out. And where you're going to see the blood from is going to be from drips off of the knife.
Or your feet print.
Your feet print. And you're wearing clothes, and the clothes could soak that up. Is there cast off blood? Absolutely. Could he have hit an artery and it sprayed in his face like, American Psycho? Yes. But we have to wait and see how that pans out, because
what type of injuries you mean?
Yes. And how the blood splatter blood's a really bizarre, from what people who deal with blood is a bizarre substance. It's it acts, and it's not just like a liquid, or you know what I mean? So we'll see that, and it'll definitely come up in trial.
I think it's interesting also what Kaylee's mom said when she talked in the beginning of that interview. And it was so sad to hear her to say this, when she said, like, she was.
Yes. You know what you're going to say. Oh my God. Yes. Say it.
She was too damn it. Like she couldn't. I'd rather just let her use her own words to say it, but
she couldn't survive. But yes, let her It's a really hard thing to listen to. Are you gonna play it?
I was just gonna play that portion of it.
I think it is important to hear, because it's chilling.
Because basically what she's alluding to is that she was injured too badly that there wasn't just, I believe, that one thing that took her out. So she couldn't overcome. She was injured too badly.
There was no surviving those injuries. But
it makes it seem like that it, and the way that she described it, I just felt like it was something that she tried. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like that was, but I think just the way that she says that, though, it was sad.
And you can relate, and a lot of people can relate to that as mothers or parents, not just mothers, but like humans, and thinking about this person who has lost their child in this horrific manner. And you just hear it and see it all over Christy's face and in her voice.
Yeah. She's like, this person didn't just take my baby. There's 4 babies, Drelatina, is there information on the 4 victims' tox screens? They're in, but there's no information on them.
Yeah, we won't get that. Yeah. But that'd be great, Dr. Latina, if you can, when they do come out, if you can share with us what you think about that.
What do you think about the stock image? Why would you show the stock image and not the actual image?
That should have been done that way.
What was that?
It shouldn't have been done that way.
Yeah. Well, here's another.
They think I had a stroke, so I'm not talking right.
It's okay. It's okay. Well, I appreciate you calling in and having the courage to do that, even though you're under the weather and
Yeah.
you keep battling. And we're gonna say prayers for you.
Thank you.
Okay, you're
Thank
welcome,
you,
hon.
Paula. I can't hear
I
you, but thank you. I see you on the screen. Thanks for coming
Oh,
up.
she's a sweetheart.
thanks.
Okay. Oh, keep your prayers for Paula there. There you go. Yep, that was Paula. Exactly. That's how I feel right there, Deborah. I'm not convinced of guilt or innocence based on the information available to the public, and I think that's a great way to be. I think that
Yes, Deborah.
that's the only way you can be. Kate says the stock image is weird. Yeah, yeah. Was the DoorDash driver a male or female? To be honest, I don't think it matters, but I say it's a stock driver. It's a stock DoorDash.
A stock race car driver?
It's a stock driver, so it doesn't matter.
We'll just take a stock image of DoorDash and just put it up and just claim that's what it is.
Why did Kaylee's mom say Kaylee wasn't able to recover? Annie just mentioned that, and I forgot. That bothered me in the beginning. What does she mean by that? Yeah, I think that what she means is that I played that a little bit in my last video, didn't I?
Did you?
I thought that's where I put it.
Maybe you
It's
can
just super
find
sad.
it. Maybe you can just find it real quick while everyone goes and hits the thumbs up.
Okay, maybe.
And maybe Mike dropping can call in.
Here we go. I want to hear from Latina, baby. Shake it.
Hello.
Hi, do you?
Is she here?
Yeah, she's here.
I'm here. Hi, Bella.
Hi, I can barely hear you.
Oh,
Because-
God.
Face.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm just about to go to bed. I have to get up early in the morning, so I have to give my 2 cents real quick
Yes.
if I might.
Well, can you give your first 2 cents on this overhead projector?
I love it. I wrote you, but you weren't paying attention to the chat too much. And I said it is fabulous.
Okay, good.
And it is like, instead of me getting nauseated with you taking your cell phone and going up and down a whiteboard, I'm just sitting here just not getting nauseated.
I know, right? 20,
And it's clear as clear can be.
isn't it? Is
Isn't
popping.
it cool? Do you need one? I need one for my book reading channel. I'm trying to get her to buy me one.
Oh, you've got a book reading channel?
Yes.
I did not know that.
But do you need one too?
No, I don't. I'm
Oh,
old. And
man.
no, I don't need. Listen, I've just gotten to the point. I swear to God, man. My daughter just helped me to figure out how to make a PDF on my iMac. And it's only because I do everything from my phone. She's like, I am tired of you doing everything from your phone. Learn the computer. So if I go back to an overhead projector, she's just going to kill me.
But it's so cool. But okay, won't take up too much of your time with this. Tell us what you think.
What are you
All right.
thinking?
So, I mean, the chat family and I have been having a very, robust conversation while listening to you, of course. And I think I'm not the only one that really wonders, number one, and I've wondered this for a long time, and I am not victim blaming.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to put that out there. But I've wondered for a very long time that there must be a drug cartel / connection going on amongst the college students in general through the fraternities. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it, and people are going to not be too happy with me, but I can tell you that from my own little practice, and I deal with a lot of college students over the years, the frats, they have dealers, they usually have 1 or 2 people within the frat that get from the outside, and then it goes through a frat, and then it gets distributed on campus. Okay. This is what I'm telling you on the East Coast. I don't know what happens out in Idaho. But I'm going to tell you that the fentanyl thing is so bad out here. And, I think this girl called Gina Marie on the chat also was, and another girl whose name I'm forgetting right now, were saying, yes, they thought too, that maybe these kids overdosed on fentanyl. Maybe one of them didn't quite overdose and she was whimpering. That's what Gina Marie was saying. But here's my thing. Once, as a physician, once you die, your heart, everybody knows this, your heart stops beating, stops pumping. So if you get stabbed post-mortem, there may be a little blood, but there's not going to be quantities of blood. Hence, he or she or whomever did these murders, may have been a staged stabbing post-mortem, is my point, with little bleeding, and hence they got out of the house, whoever they are, and they left no bloody trail. And the police don't want to own up to the fact there's a big old drug problem in that town and on that campus. And the last thing I'm going to say is actually not a statement, but a question. Does anybody know, did they, number one, release the toxicology screens of the 4? And number 2, if they did and they were negative for drugs, do we really believe what the police have said?
Yeah, I think it's really important that I would love to know what was in their bodies. I think that's important.
What do you think of my theory?
As far as that, it basically is, you're talking about it's a cover up of the drugs, right? Pretty much.
Exacto. And it was
Yeah.
and I don't know if it was cartel or whatever, but how? Okay, so I used to do obstetrics for many years ago, and emergency C-sections, and I'm talking, I was in, not to get too graphic, but especially if somebody came with cocaine on board and they ruptured their uterus, which does happen, and so then the baby's floating in the abdomen, we'd have to go in 1, 2, 3, and there's blood all over. I'm talking, would be covered from head to toe trying to get that baby out with the uterus ruptured and trying to save the mother's life.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to tell you, as a surgeon back in the day, there was a protocol of how we would ungown after such all surgeries, but especially something as gruesome as that. So we could, and we did, leave the OR without a trail of blood. But that has to be extremely practiced, and we would have a scrub nurse that it was you would don the gown with the help of a scrub nurse, and you would doff, it's DOFF, doff the gown and all the equipment post-operatively with the help of a scrub nurse. So I can tell you right now, there's no way that I could have doffed my gown and all the stuff that was covered in blood and left the OR without the help of somebody else.
Yeah. So when you were seeing, did you see the pictures of like the mattresses coming out?
I did, but I didn't.
Or like not the pictures, but like them actually carrying out the mattresses and what have you?
I did. I didn't think they were covered in blood. Did you?
Well, I thought the one was. I had like a bigger marking.
A marking, but I'm saying, like, if you're pumping, your heart is pumping, and you're stabbed so allegedly brutally.
Yeah, they're supposed to be. Yeah, they're saying that there's a lot of blood at the scene. So if there wasn't,
So what was on the mattress? And it's hard to interrupt you, but what was on the mattress when they brought it out does not jive, so to speak, with a heart pumping and tons of blood. I can promise you, it doesn't.
Yeah, I know that's science. Absolutely, I agree with that. So if you have 4 stabbings and there's hardly any blood, like that's.
So the possibilities are as follows. Number 1, I'm just saying scientifically and from a sort of medical perspective. Number 1, they were dead. They were deceased, and there was a stage stabbing because the hearts didn't pump enough out, right, of blood. So there's not a ton of blood, and there might be a big marking on a mattress, but not all over the place to the point where somebody would trudge out of the house and leave a trail of blood. Number 2 is the person couldn't have done this alone, i.e. BK couldn't have done this alone. 4 people, allegedly tons of blood, and even if he had on some sort of PPE, like personal protective equipment, head to toe, somebody would have had to have helped him out of the gown and the shoeies and the booties or whatever. You know what I'm talking about. And so then he didn't do it alone.
Yeah. No, I think also, how do you know when people are okay? Everybody's back. Everyone's in their rooms now. Come in the house and like.
Yeah, the whole thing is smells. I
How do
smell
you
a
know
rat.
exactly when that's even going to be, and that he's walking in there at the same time that, okay, now everybody was in their rooms, versus that houses, there's people there singing karaoke in the kitchen and playing beer pong in the living room. And I mean, we see the body cams. There's people that are just coming and going from all those houses, because they're all friends and they're all cool, that he knew, or whoever it was knew to go in, and when they could go in, that, okay, everybody's in their rooms now, come on now. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, that to me has always been a, you know, a red flag for me, unless like you were already at that house and you waited then until everybody was in their rooms and then you went, you know, and did what
Could
you did.
be. They
You
could have
know?
been lying in wait. But
Mhm.
but still, how do you and I'm going to hush because I don't want to
Well,
hijack.
I don't even mean like lying in wait. I just mean hiding in plain sight. Like, you're cool with them. Like, you're hanging out with
like you're
them.
just
Like,
hanging
you're-
out type.
Like, you're at the party. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
they always had after. So like, there's always people there afterwards. So, you know, you could be one of like, you know, 11 people, or people are just going back and forth, versus like lying in wait. But
When
I'm
this-
interested in the whole blood thing. I think that's going to be easy to be able to tell, because from everybody speaking, that scene, there was so much blood.
Mhm.
So from what everybody is saying is that there was so much blood that was coming from the coroner, that was coming from like these officers were so, you know, oh my God, that was their
the
first.
smell of it,
Yeah, the smell.
everything. And also,
So that's going to be interesting to me, is when you see these crime scenes. I mean, everything only happened technically in 2 rooms, if you think about it.
Something that
happened.
you could still have a lot of blood and be dead, but I'm saying if you're alive and you bleed out, and somebody stabs you, get into arteries, that's where you get the spurting, and you know.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
mean, I just, and honestly, Lana and Bella, I honestly, and this is terrible maybe to say, but I just don't believe a darn thing that's coming out of Ellie's mouth. It's the whole
100.
thing. It's just,
100.
you know, not, and I'm not saying I want a murderer, if BK is the murderer, to get off scot-free.
Yeah, no,
But
nobody
is
wants
it really, is it fair to somebody? I mean, as from the public's perspective right now, I know that other channels say it's a slam dunk and the public opinion.
You know what? That's so bothersome to me, because how is this a slam dunk?
It isn't.
How anybody can sit here and say that this is a slam dunk is just blows my mind. It's actually like I'm losing faith in humanity, is what it is.
I think
Because-
the reasons people, I think it requires 2 things: blind faith that the LE at all, like, you know, FBI are honorable, and that if they're lying, it's just a little mini lie. They're not just BSing. But your whole thing on part 1 here with the car and the license plates and the lack of video camera, blah blah blah, from the public, all of that to me smacks of dishonest.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It's just like I mean, come on, you make a point to say, okay, we're going to go ahead and release about there being this white car there. Then why not release the actual footage that you're going with? That does not make any sense.
No, so I just think it's been cover up from the beginning. I don't know if
Yeah.
BK was, you know, the fall guy, a patsy. I don't know. All I know is something ain't right. And I know that's not a conclusion, but
No, that's a good enough conclusion. That's a good enough conclusion, because that's reasonable doubt.
Exactly.
That's what that is. That's reasonable doubt, and that's enough. And right now, if anybody can literally sit with what we have and say that you are beyond a reasonable doubt that this man's guilty, I want you to tell me how. Where are you getting that from on what we have?
What they're saying is, like I've heard other content creators say, because they have 898 other pages. Well, good for them.
898 other pages.
I mean, they're gonna have more than that, but like that's all that we know about. But they're gonna have more than that. But we still don't know everything.
Yeah, this is as circumstantial as you can get.
Yeah, based on what has been published, I don't see how we can say it's a slam dunk.
In this country, we're still innocent until proven guilty. And that doesn't mean that, you know, a lot of people like to say it's like Koberger apologists. It's not that. It's just constitutional to wait and see how things pan out.
I blame the media. I blame the media. People are thinking this because the media. There's no other way around it. You would not think this about this person. You have to go with what, well, you do know anything about the case? Well, yeah, what the media puts out. Okay, exactly, period. End of story.
Well, we saw that in the get-go.
That's the media.
With how like everyone was coming out with, you know, I mean, remember back in OJ when they released that thing and they said that they made him too dark on the covers of magazines.
Yeah, they darkened him up.
They darkened him up. And that was supposed to be a really bad preconceived notion before he went to trial. Well, then what about what's going on with Koberger, where everyone's plastering his face saying he's a murderer?
He's an incel.
No, I mentioned this. I was actually on Tyler Fellers the other night, and I brought this up. I said, listen, we can't jump to he's a psychopath. We can't jump to he's an incel. He's got visual snow syndrome. I mean, people are just throwing all these things out. And I brought up on that little live the other night that maybe, frankly, maybe the guy is on the spectrum, on the autism spectrum, and perhaps that's why he has a blank stare. Perhaps that's why he's awkward socially. I mean, I don't know. But I think to suddenly say he's an incel and hates women is just it's wrong.
Yeah, it's totally wrong. Like that's and to be labeling that as like fact is just like even just wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So on that note, I'm going to go back to chat and I'm going to.
You're the best. We love you.
Thank you,
love you too, guys. But thank you for letting me speak.
Always,
Thanks for
girl.
coming.
You have a voice here.
Okay, you take care, guys. Bye.
Okay.
Have a good night.
She's great. She's great.
Love her.
What's up? We got C.
Hello.
What's up, CB?
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Just chilling over here.
It's a pleasure to speak to you guys. Obviously a
thank
fan
you
of the
for
show.
Awesome. Yes. Thank you.
Definitely, I have a lot of respect for the doctor too.
Yeah, she's good. She's a good human.
I just don't know that a quadruple psychotic killer homicide is a better alternative for optics than just an OD. I mean, granted they happen a lot. And, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but there have been like a handful recently just at that campus alone, right?
I agree.
ODs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely
Drugs was definitely a thing in their guys' lives. That's to me is a no-brainer that drugs were in these people. Like when I say like, I'm not talking about the victims necessarily. I'm talking about in their circle. Drugs was around them. People were, experimenting, if you want to say the word that, or if you want to say that people were doing drugs there. It's.
I mean,
You're not
honestly,
overdosing. You're not overdosing off of aspirin.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like you're hard pressed to find like a college environment where there's a lot of partying going on, where there's absolutely no drugs,
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, like fentanyl is a huge thing right now. And, most people who are messing with it don't realize until something horrible happens,
Mm-hmm.
And I definitely toyed with the idea that maybe there was like something unbeknownst to them, which could have explained why they all could have been subdued at the same time to be able to, if they were like kind of knotted. And the same thing with the blood, because, I have a back problem. So I've been on opioids for a very long time. And I know like some instances they can't even get blood out of one of my arms because it moves so slow in certain instances. So, I mean, I've really thought all of this through, but I just don't think that like it would be to any benefit to stage something like that. That's like brings much worse press to the university than they could have said like, I on the 2020, the one girl said, was it carbon monoxide? I mean, that could have been a good explanation. Carbon monoxide, clean, no fear, no nothing. So I definitely think there was like, I mean, something's definitely not right, but I don't know that it was like a staged stabbing.
Yeah. I just, I understand you want to preserve an investigation, but when you're doing things throughout it, that's the exact opposite, then you can't sit here and try to tell me we're doing this to preserve an investigation. Okay, well then why'd you do the other thing that you did? Because taking things out of a house that's an active crime scene is not preserving the case, the integrity and all that stuff. No, and I'm not trying to be harsh about anything, but nobody needs that stuff. That is not stuff that's necessity unless it would be, pills that somebody that was a surviving roommate would need, or glasses or contacts. I mean, something of theirs to live. Okay. But to start removing items, to give to the families, that doesn't make any sense to me. That is just, the families want information. They don't want belongings of their kids that are deceased.
Yeah, they want justice.
Yeah, exactly. but it goes against the whole thing that you're saying about the integrity of a case. It's an active crime scene. You don't just haul in people in there and trample through it yet again and just start removing things.
You know, I feel like for that town, it's just their main
That's
source of,
insanity. That's the definition of insanity to me.
I agree.
And
It should have been
so you want
preserved
to
from
talk
the
about
get-go.
like what this hearing should be about? In my opinion, this hearing should be about suppressing evidence, because I don't even know what evidence they're using, but I'd be, whatever it may be, you need to look at it from all angles about, okay, is it been tampered with? Has it been this? Has it been that? Like, you don't know, because we don't know what they have. Like, we don't know what they're using, but
there's like so much that still obviously remains to be seen, but I just feel like the university is the main source of revenue for that town. You know, it's the primary income source. So I feel like they kind of just want to, you know, throw a suspect out there, knock the house down, button it up, and try to like push it out of everybody's mind so it doesn't, you know, I mean, I can only imagine it's going to impede on enrollment to a certain degree, but I think they're trying
and
to
I think that it
minimize that.
should. I think that it should, because
Oh yeah.
wouldn't you? I mean,
I would never want to
you
go
think
there.
it's going to spike attendance? I mean, it's no different than anything in life when something like this would happen. Like, you know, for a bar to have something happen at a bar and somebody, you know, gets stabbed outside of the nightclub, you know, what do you think, that bar is spiking the next weekend or, you know, weeks after that? No.
I mean, even the people that bought the house from his parents, they had to sell it, you know, because it's bringing bad press. So, I mean, I understand their aim, but I feel like they're compromising the integrity of the case by trying to speed this through. And they should have left everything as is. I definitely don't think they should knock it down before any kind of trial happens, if a trial happens, you know. But, you know, unfortunately, there's just more questions than answers.
Yeah. And that's why I just really, I would love to debate somebody that's totally on the other side, and like the Brian Koberger is so guilty. I would love to have, if they can debate, you know, respectfully, but I would love to debate. I would debate anybody on that topic.
I think you should talk to Tyler Feller. Maybe you guys should have a talk, because he believes a certain way, you believe a certain way, and I think both of you are really respectful.
Yeah, I like Tyler.
Yeah,
you can be, as long as you have respect for the, you know what I mean? Like, you're arguing an argument. You're debating, you know, facts or myths, but it just, I think it's just really upsetting for me to see, because I fight for people that have been wrongfully accused and then convicted, and I know I've seen corruption. I firsthand was in the same courtroom as that was happening, and to see it, I know that it happens, I know that it exists, and to find out the Pennsylvania State Police Department, PSP, that's who that is, Pennsylvania State Police, that's who was involved in the arrest of Brian Koberger and monitoring him for that last day and a half. That's who did stuff with the Sheldon Jeter Jr. case, and they were involved in making sure that stuff got covered. I have the amount of fuckerage around his investigation that they were involved in, and I have that firsthand. And so when I see that, I'm like, okay, well, I would love to see what PSP was involved with in this case, because, you know, I know what they did in his case, you know, in Sheldon's case.
I mean, a lot of it across the board doesn't make sense, you know, and I've said this, you know, in discussions with other people regarding this, just the way that they went in and got him was like he was, you know, like Osama bin Laden, but they had him in their sights for how long, and they just let him walk free, teach. It just, a lot of it, it doesn't add up. And I'm not saying he didn't do it. I honestly don't know. I just don't think there's enough evidence at the moment to make an informed decision one way or the other. But anybody who's like willing to just put the guy to death based on what there is now, I just wouldn't want them on my jury. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what it is. Exactly. And I want to know, I just want to know things like this. I want to ask the FBI agent that said that this could be a 2011 or a 2016, because I just showed y'all what a 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 look like, and they ain't the same, nowhere near the same. And when you're a car person and you're an expert, those are just so easily like able to be pointed out. So how do you mix a 2011 to a 2016? And who the hell gave the okay to put out stock images? I want to know that. I want to know whose call that was. And I'm praying, Anne, if you're listening, okay, somebody get this information to Anne. That question better be asked as to why they used the stock image. I want to know why they picked those stock images, And whose call was that?
They're gonna ask that.
They need, that's very, very important. And why didn't you go with the still? Why didn't you go with the original video? Why? And I'm telling you guys right now, there's a reason. And if you don't believe that there's a reason, they just freaking sitting at a round table and just decided to do that, then I don't know what Kool-Aid y'all are drinking, and it's probably from Colorado. And that's my rant. That's my rant. I don't know what people are doing in Colorado, but they need to stop.
What is the government doing to you
I
people?
swear, every other case is Colorado.
Colorado.
So
Yeah, gosh. No, but thank you for hitting that button. What else do you want to say here before you close it out?
I appreciate it, man. Just tell you guys, I love the show. Both of y'all got a lot of respect.
Thank you.
I don't want to take up all your time because other people want to talk to you, but appreciate it. I'm sure I'll chat with you again. But
Yes,
I'll tell you
better.
one thing. I would hate to be, I hate to be on the stand if you were cross-examining me. I ain't even gonna front. So,
All right, girl, I'll take that.
I seen you do your thing. So,
All right,
maybe one day.
Hey, I'm working on it, man. I don't even done that twice, so I'm working on it.
Well, you're doing your thing. So much respect, and y'all have a good night.
Okay, thank you so much, CB.
Thanks,
Love it.
CB. Thanks for
I like
coming
that
on.
name.
Thank you,
I like that
guys.
name. I'm digging that name.
Wait,
What
I
is
have
up,
to
Heather?
hear-
One
I have
Dimple.
to hear one dimple.
Here.
Hey girls, hey!
You know, it's just Sunday. We're shimmy shaking down here,
Oh
taking
my
it to the
God.
face.
It's Heather one dimple. Hi.
Hi!
How you doing?
So hear me out for a minute, okay? We know that a lot of stuff in this case seems or kind of points to corruption.
Yeah.
And something
Well,
that has
We'll just
bothered
maybe
me,
sloppy work.
or
it
not
can't-
done properly.
Whatever you want to say, just something's off. Sure.
So what has bothered me from day one is I know when this all happened, something had come out saying that the bodies being removed from the home was not filmed due to respect. If you look at any other high profile cases, there's still some kind of recording of that. There's still people out
You mean like body cam?
watching, cell phones. Like people are taping everything. They show everything they do all through the day. Snapchat, Instagram,
Oh,
Facebook
yeah.
Live. Why is it that with the whole Brent situation and the whole Idaho situation, there's not one lick of like a video of anything going down except for what the media has shown us?
And you're talking about people's like personal, like anybody that was over at that house. You mean like their phones?
Yeah, I mean, like if you're a neighbor, obviously,
yeah.
you're really going out and checking out what's happening.
Yeah.
But I mean, even I can understand the media saying, okay, we're going to back off. We're not going to film that. Maybe law enforcement asked them to be respectful and not do it or whatever. But I mean, it's still odd to me that there's no cell phone footage or on any type of social media platform that showed like any of that going down that whole entire day.
I think what makes the most sense to me is that there wasn't much going on outside that home, right? So I think that people don't realize what's important if there's nothing going, if it's just, a bunch of people standing around and then they're roping off the crime scene. Okay. Is that what you mean? Like these kids are just, it's Sunday from around noon. Okay. Then the word starts getting out 1, 2, 3, 4. But you guys, I'm going to tell you what I firmly believe this. When you hear the word cops, you don't go to where the cops are. You stay away from where the cops are. That's what this university is all about. So them going to that home, I don't see that. I see all these people are running from everything. So, and if there was something going on and that there was drugs involved, do you think that these kids that are 19, 20, 21 are going to be showing up there?
Right. Well, and I mean, part of that is kind of like
that you would need to be there to like have like a phone out and what have you. Now, when you're talking about like neighbors peeking through windows and wanting to roll camera, yeah, I think that there is some of that. I think that it has been turned over. I do. I think that there is some of that. And I think it has been turned over. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were told things like, if you give this out, it's obstruction of justice, and we're going to do something about that.
Heather,
Right.
what
Yeah.
do you think about the vandal spirit? And maybe there's some honor in this of whether you knew these kids or not, these 4 students who are fellow vandals have gotten butchered. And maybe it's disrespectful if you are taking video to then share it on social media because of the, for lack of a better term, peer pressure of getting looked at like you're the asshole that did that. Like our friends got murdered and you're the asshole that put that on social media. Now turning it over to the cops is one thing, but to put it out there, what do you think about that?
Oh, for sure. Like I can see that point. I guess I meant more like, like if you're, I guess I would say before they knew what was really happening. I mean, I'm
You're
sure
just
with
being like nosy people, right?
Yeah, like, hey, so there's a car accident happening.
Exactly. And everyone's rubbernecking. I know exactly.
Yeah, I'm rubbernecking. I'm going live. Oh my God, look what happened, and then eventually you delete it when you know what happened. But
yeah, but I'm telling you, think about this. As much movement as there was once the police would have been there, their Ring cameras would have been just constant. Whoever has Ring cameras over there would have been constantly going off. That's why I did that Ring episode to show you guys, dude, a car goes past it, it lets it up. Depending on how you have your Ring camera set up, it's going off. So that thing would have been nonstop, I believe, that next day. And a lot of people are like, oh, my Ring will pick it up, so I'm not recording. Maybe that's what they were like. It's just on my Ring. It's on my Ring. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I think that for me, I would have shown up. Just if you don't do anything wrong, then you can be there and you could be on top of it and look at everything. You don't want to be snagged up by the police if you're somebody that was, I don't know, hanging out there that night and to be interviewed and they grab you. Oh, hey, like they're out walking around. Like I could just see, I would love to see those people's text messages to each other. Oh my God, something's going on over there. And then there's all this rumors going around that the place got shot up by, like it got shot, like someone went to a party and shot people. Like, where does that come from? That's what Kaylee's parents were told. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so there's all these, I can only imagine what other rumors were going around. Like maybe it was, drug related. And they're saying, I'm telling you, the girls scared. Then you got the sororities that are all involved. There's all secret society all up in that stuff. So you don't say anything. You don't call the police. You don't, we're not dealing with athletes that were stabbed. We're dealing with sorority and fraternity. And that's shut down. Nobody talks.
I mean, if you look at
that's Greek life.
And their Instagrams, they're all like, you can tell who's in sororities and fraternities. Their entire IGs are just privated. And there's no breaking it. Like, you can't friend request them and then get in. So I think that, and we saw the interviews with like the fraternity, the president of that fraternity with Sigma Chi, where it's just like, they're shutting it down. And I wasn't in a fraternity or a sorority.
Well, God, I hope you weren't in a fraternity.
I don't even know the right term to use. Like, that's how much I didn't care about that kind of stuff. But you know what I mean? Like, they obviously have a code. So
now, do you think that the whole Brent situation follows kind of those same rules in terms of having no onlookers of the situation?
Oh, I can't wait to get over there to the coffee house apartments. I can't wait. I can't wait to sleep in one of those beds that I, rent out for the Airbnb.
I don't know. Some of it just that weird with me because if you look at look at some of these school shootings that we have, and some of these surviving kids are like, they're in life or death situations and they're taking video while the stuff's going down.
Exactly.
We see stuff like that. So it's just, to me, that just always seemed really odd. I mean, I know.
I'm going to be
like I said in the beginning, they were like, okay, don't film us, taking them out of the house for respect. I get that, but like,
I'm going to be strapped, not with a gun. I'm strapped with, okay, always strapped. I'm going to be strapped with nothing but cameras all over the place, everywhere.
But are you going to wear the mannequin suit?
I'm going to wear I have like,
She's got cameras on everything. Like every
I have
angle's gonna
cams
have
for
cameras.
days. Like, you're gonna have
So,
everything.
Yeah.
So
Like when I just
anyone-
hit the button, yeah, I'm just here. You guys, like, I'll be here. Lana's 24/7 live wherever she's going.
OMG.
You go to the body cam. Lana's wearing body cam. Lana's
I'm
body
ready.
cam.
I'm
So-
just gonna be behind her, so I won't have to be on camera at all.
Yeah, the body. I'm just gonna body cam myself up, and it's just like I'm a walking 24/7 billboard. So if you want some shout outs for your restaurants out there, let me know. You guys got a book reading club or whatever it is that you do.
Is this going to be like an all-night skate? You got to like get your snacks, get your naps in.
Yeah, all night skate, you know it. No, I want to be like, it's just truth and transparency. I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying in terms of, I think that there's a lot of students out there that they've been lied to, that they feel like they've been lied to, and they want to know what's going on. Like, that's their community. You can't sit here and tell me that they go to bed every night and that they feel safe. I'm sorry, but they just go back and look at these kids' social medias. They were obsessed with stabbing, blood. Like, it's weird. Knives.
The Purge.
The Purge. I mean,
Yeah.
it's really, really, maybe the word isn't weird. It's very ironic, I think is a better word. Ironic. Okay. Because you should be able to enjoy Halloween however you want. But that's just never, I saw knives way more often than just Halloween. But it's ironic. It's ironic the way that these kids died, in my opinion. Okay, they weren't shot. All right. This was very, very ironic.
It was personal, I think, because
Very
why not
ironic.
just go in there with a gun and bam, be done and out?
Because I think somebody knows a little something about guns being traced because of bullets and how loud maybe it would be. Like, that's a very different noise versus girls just, screaming like, they're always screaming over there,
Yeah.
But I think it's with a knife. How do you trace it back? How do you know what knife did that stabbing? You don't. I can't wait to hear the Emmy talk about the length of these wounds. Because I want to know, is it possible that like this knife did it versus that knife? Could you rule this out? That type of stuff.
Well, that and can they tell us was more than one knife used?
Yeah, I think that's going to come back to, is it possible? Yes. And when you're hearing that, is it possible? Okay. Is it, is this wound, is it different than the others? Why, the way they're making it seem like that anything that happened to do with Ethan, the officers on scene, it was very weird. It was so easy for them to say that Maddie and Kaylee were stabbed to death, but when they wanted to talk about Ethan, they had to wait to see what the Emmy was going to say. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. If anybody's body cam footage, quote unquote, didn't work that day, get out of here. No way.
Oh, yeah.
No way.
How much do we want to bet that it's pains that doesn't work?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. This case,
I think that's the first thing that you do. We've seen the footage. That's the first thing they do. They're touching that thing. They're turning it on. They're turning it off. And then I don't know how you can do this, but do you see if anything's been like messed with? Oh yeah, here we have footage from everybody, but then you see something where you're going to check what I would be checking for is to see the body cam times. And I would be checking for then like, okay, what time did they say that they left the crime scene? Do those add up? Because we're dealing with the Brady Giglio, and those officers that were there first on scene, Gunderson, Noonans, they're in a huge, they're getting sued for burying evidence. I mean, and these are the people that were first on scene. I mean, come on. You better do everything by the book.
Yeah.
But like, how do you even still have a job? I mean, I don't care. That's just wild.
This case just gives me a headache, but I can't stop looking away.
Right. it's frustrating to hear people say that. I think people would have a different tone if it was them being accused of something that they didn't do.
Right.
You know.
And it's not, this case is definitely not so open and shut. And so I
No
think
way.
people should just be more mindful that, you know, like you said, what if it was you? Would you want your peers to just be like, yeah, I'm washing my hands clean. There you go.
You'd want someone to, like, you know, go to bat for you on the other end. And no, that's not wrong to do. That's what actually the whole point of our justice system is for.
Exactly.
You know, our justice system isn't to sit at home and watch the news and listen to somebody tell us, you know, through hearsay and sources that are getting paid to say something about something. Because you know what that is? You're a fool. You're foolish. And that's who's voting in this world. Because you're listening. Do some research. It's unfortunate, but
it happens. It happens a lot.
Yeah. So innocent until proven guilty. Absolutely. But see, I think they have to change the way that you defend people now, because these jurors need to see, you know, I'm hoping that in Idaho, it does matter what states you're going to trial in. Somebody said to me the other day, like, they wanted me to look into a case that was somebody who's getting the death penalty in Texas. And immediately when I saw that it was Texas, I'm like, oh, great. I was like, you know how hard it is to get Texas to budge on anything like that? That state is so hard to budge on that. But yeah, the state that you're going to, you know, trial it, that all matters.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that, you know, like you and Bella, and there's people out there that they want to seek the truth, which is all anybody wants. So I think bringing up all these questions are important. I don't think speculating on stuff is a bad thing.
Yeah. And I'm on board with the whole that could something have been going down that involved drugs, and you want to keep certain things hush hush. Yeah, absolutely. But to the point that it got 4 people stabbed to death, well, why was it just those 4 people? Why wasn't it all 6 of them?
Right.
You know, how did only 4 people know about what was going on and not the other 2? You know,
in the whole let's just walk by DM's
who's
room.
To say, I mean, Kaylee allegedly wasn't even there that much anymore. And that brings me back to, you want to talk about what was going on before the murders. I would have a huge issue. We talked about it today at breakfast. I said, okay, if I get a house with 4 of my friends and one of them says, well, I only need the house until November or December because then I'm leaving and I'm done with school. And I'm over here thinking, okay, well, are you still paying your portion of the rent?
But make it clear, they would have to tell you that in August.
Yeah, if you told me that in August, I would be saying to you, why are you want to live with us? You're going to screw us. Then we only have 3 people to pay for the, you know. So wait, what do you want to have happen here? Are you going to sublet your place out? So then who's going to move in the middle of a school year when all these people already have places to live? That makes no sense.
Well, wouldn't that be on that?
Or is it just that they have all this money, so it doesn't matter? And that was it. But if you take a step back and you look at this, you have Dylan and Bethany, who should have been living in the damn sorority house. Why they weren't? That needs to be asked on the stand. Why you didn't live in the sorority house, and how did you live in this house versus, you know, wasn't that part of your experience? Shouldn't you have been living in that home? So
it's odd too that those 2 were the surviving roommates, and they weren't living in a sorority house.
Yeah, but so where are your other seniors that you could have lived with? Where are your other juniors that you could have lived with? Why are you taking 2 sophomores? Okay, and that should have been living in the sorority house if you're actually going about it the right way, your sorority lifestyle. And oh my God, I'm so excited to live in my house. Whee! And I get to be a big, I don't know. Like, isn't that like a big deal? Like, why would you want to rob yourself of that? I mean it in like a good way. So, but then now you want to sit down at a table because this is what we always did. And you're leaving. Because when my friends had to do like internships or whatever, it never changed them being and still living at our house. They just had to do an internship and they had to go somewhere for like 3 months, you know. Their scholarship was still paying whatever, and they're paying their room's still there because then they're coming back. So I think finding out a little bit more about Kaylee's situation on, wouldn't you also live there all the way up until like you didn't, that you couldn't anymore because you were physically not there? Wouldn't you rather be with your friends at that house with Maddie, who you haven't been able to live with for 4 years because you were in different houses, and now here you finally got your opportunity to live together, and now you're not? Now you're cutting that short, so much shorter than, like, you know, why wasn't she there every single day? Why wasn't she there on that, you know, previous weekend? Why? It's great that if she was going to be graduating earlier and she's going to go off and do this, that's fine. But that's a situation that you're sitting down and you're talking to with roommates to be like, okay, well, this $2,500 that we're all splitting 5 ways, we should be splitting 6, but we don't have a 6th roommate. Well, now you're only going to have 4 people. Or is she just planning on paying for the remainder of that year? But that would be that's usually an issue for college students, because they're like, wait a second, now we're going to have to pay $750 a month per person, not $500.
But the onus always falls on the person who's leaving, so it would fall on Kaylee.
I know, but when you have this talk at the beginning, I'm going to tell you what I would have done if I was Maddie, or if I was Dylan, or if I was Bethany. This talk would have already been had to say, okay, well, are you subletting it out? But regardless, you're paying us that money. Like, that's what happens.
Absolutely.
Like, but if I just got blindsided to come to find out, okay, guess what? I am actually going to graduate early. I said I was going to stay here and just work, but I'm going to go ahead and go backpacking across Europe and go and do this internship. So I'm out. I'll be like, wait, what? It doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't you just do that come June? Wouldn't you want all that time with your best friend? And that to me is, if I'm Ann Taylor, I want to know more about that. I want to know more about that situation. And I do believe that Adam, that whole Adam thing, it was about, I don't think that Mr. Gonsalves is lying about that. I don't think he's lying. He made it perfectly clear. The whole Adam thing, you don't think that we vetted that? You don't think we checked into that? That's what he's saying. He's like, we did all this vetting. He's like, we made Jack D get basically naked and check him for scratches and all this stuff. Okay? I believe them when they're saying that. Okay? And the whole thing with Adam is, yeah, because Kaylee, you told Adam what? And it was all about getting back together, allegedly, with talking about Jack D. And like getting back together. Then do your due diligence as a police force and ask Jack D and ask Adam what that was about. Was that what it's about? Because I would want to know if Mr. and Mrs. Gonsalves were lying. I don't see them having a reason to lie about that. It was about the boy. That's what they kept saying. It was about the boy. And they were laughing. They're like, wait, you think that Jack D was mad because she was going to take the dog? Are you kidding me? You think this is over the dog? The dog that went to the shelter and went to a responsible party?
The dog who now is getting all the love in the world.
Yeah.
So cute. Go subscribe to Murphy if you guys haven't on Instagram. Cutest thing.
I never said that they were told what was said to Adam. Mr. Gonsalves did his own vetting. He didn't go through the police. I don't think anybody's understanding this. The police were not talking to them. The police were not telling them anything. They were doing their own vetting and their own investigation. So much so that he said the FBI had to come to us and say, hey, hold on, just chill out a little bit. Like we're getting caught up. We're catching up to where you're at. Okay, we need time to do this. You're already on page 13 and we're just getting started. Okay? But they did their own stuff. So yeah, then that lie would have come from Adam, not law enforcement, about Adam's story. So that needs to be really, really, that needs to be understood. And don't think for a second that wouldn't have been asked about to Jack as well. Did Adam talk to you? What are these girls talking about? Dog the Bounty Hunter. I don't know why that's up there. Sorry. Whoops. Dog the Bounty Hunter. You think Adam will say the truth if illegal crap is going on?
Who's asking?
Cowboy. I'm not saying if he's going to be truthful. I'm just saying where it's coming from. I'm saying that Mr. Gonsalves, his daughter and his wife, they're adamant on the vetting that they were doing. They're adamant on the answers that they were getting and the answers that they weren't getting and the stuff that stuck out to them and the fact that they weren't interviewed. How do you not interview the family? Who knows your daughter better than your parents? That's what he kept on saying, and your sister. And I would just think that I'd want to hear at least what these people had to say, what they thought that their daughter was doing. Let me hear what these people have to say that they thought with their daughter. I'd want to ask them why your daughter was here in Coeur d'Alene and not in living at her college home. That's what I want to know. Because why would anybody want to live with their parents when they have a house with their best friend? That makes no sense, y'all, unless you're dating somebody in that area, unless you're doing something in that area, or you needed to run away from something in the area that you were in. But I don't know why I would have a house on a college campus with my friends and not be there.
Especially your bestest.
Yeah, especially I was
With
waiting.
your
I was
sister.
waiting 4 years to live with Maddie. So then I only lived with Maddie for the end of August, because she was in Boise. I lived with Maddie the end of August, and I have only September, October. Think about that. 2.5 months. No way.
I think those are really important questions that'll hopefully get asked.
The counts offices were so close knit at the point that they shared passwords.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Who said that?
Yeah.
Whoever said that, that's so true. They were that close knit. And it helped in the end because that's how they were able to get into the devices.
Yeah. Did they live in their sororities before this house? No. Maddie lived in this house and Kaylee lived in a different house. I was right. They didn't get picked for the same sorority. Okay, so they go opposite sororities, which then you're on totally different paths. That was their first year. They lived in the dorms and had different roommates in the dorms. Then their sophomore year, they lived in their respective sorority house, which was not the same. Then their junior year, Maddie moves into the 1122 King Road, and she's living with a bunch of these seniors that were Pi Phi people. Then Kaylee is living over with somebody else, 1 or 2 people in an apartment. And then it's their senior year where now, okay, all these people move out of the 1122 King house, and Maddie either could have moved out and got another place or stays there and invites people to move into this home with her. And that's what she chose to do. And one of those people was Kaylee. And here's your sister-like person that you get to live out your senior year with. Why would you not be there? It doesn't make any sense. And I think once people make sense of that, it'll help with this. That's what should have been investigated. But how do you do that and not ask the people's parents? What? But maybe they didn't think that she wasn't living there because she had a bedroom and she had all her bedding there and she had everything there. I mean, I would love to know what Dylan and Bethany had to say about that. Oh, Kaylee was never there anymore because she moved out. Do you think that that's where that came from? I would love to know what Bethany and Dylan have to say about that.
Hmm.
They could be saying, wait, what? She moved out? What are y'all talking about? They probably were like, what? What do you mean she moved out? What do you mean she moved out? People think that she didn't have a bed in there. Well, that's not what Mr. Gonsalves said in one of his interviews. the reason that Kaylee had the best room in the house is because Maddie was already in the room that she was in, and she didn't change rooms. So one of the girls that left was in that room with the balcony, and so that was an open room, just like the two floor, like they're all open rooms. Xana moved in during the summer and sublet. Kaylee was subletting. Dylan was subletting, and then Bethany was subletting, because these people that lived in that 1122 King Home house the year that Maddie was a junior, okay, your lease goes all the way up until August, unless you get someone to move in earlier, and then you could sublet. That's what happened. But Maddie wasn't even there that summer going into their senior year. Maddie's in Boise with her boyfriend. So, you know, for anybody to sit there and say that you're stalking these people and that you would know their every single move, these people they were not routine. They were not like Harvard routine kids, go to school, go to the library, come home, do it all again Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. No, that's not what's going on in that house. You couldn't lock those kids into like routines. They were just doing whatever they wanted. That's a hard thing to pick on when to, okay, we're going to go in there and kill the whole, we're just going to kill 4 of them. Why? What about the other 2? They don't really know anything. Oh, okay. That makes no sense. We're going to leave them as witnesses, though.
Not if you say it like that.
What do you,
But
what?
yeah.
We're going to leave them as witnesses. Please. No one knows everything about the kids, about their kids, about the kids. You're right, but you want to hear what they have to say, though, because to me, I want to know what Kaylee or Maddie or Xana was telling. Ask them about specific things. You know, wouldn't you want to ask Xana's dad and mom? Did her and her boyfriend ever fight? Ask the sister that. Ask the surviving roommates that. Ask any friends that. You'd want to ask people's parents, did they ever talk about anybody from school? You know, oh, Kaylee was hanging out here at the house instead of being at, why? Why wasn't she at school? Did she not want to be there anymore? Did she get in a fight with somebody? Were they doing drugs and Kaylee doesn't do drugs? Kaylee found out that they were doing drugs and was like, what the hell? Or maybe they're getting these noise complaints every other weekend. And she's like, I'm going to get arrested for these noise complaints.
Get your counsel.
It's just,
It's wild. As Liz Lana would say, it's just wild.
oh, Joanne, they're just trolls.
Yeah.
Why do you think Jack D didn't tell Kaylee's parents at 8 a.m.? Huh? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. So you guys are trying to say that Jack D knew at 8 a.m. that this happened? So not only did the roommates not call the police at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 a.m., now Jack D knew at 8 a.m. How would Jack D know at 8 a.m.? Where do you guys get this shit from? I'm just curious. It may be true, but where is this even coming from? That Jack D knew that Kaylee was dead at 8 a.m.? I don't, where is that at?
Well, you could
Exactly.
If you have it,
Thank
just
you.
Send it.
It's just wild.
Who said it?
Kaylee was so badly hurt that she wouldn't have recovered.
Oh, they're probably back a little bit listening to that thing that you said.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. That's Kim. They're saying in chat. It's 34 GG.
Wait, this is what's funny. You guys think I know that that's Kim? I don't know that that's Kim. Am I supposed to know that?
No.
You guys are all doxing each other. I just had to. Who is doxing each other in this room? Oh, well, then in that case, here you go. I'll hit the link. Here you go, Kim. Come on up. We'll just full on dox you. This link is only available for Kim.
This link is only available.
Emily and her boyfriend Hunter were called over to the house, so maybe they told Jack. I just love it.
I love when Emily gets talked about and Hunter.
Why no super chats?
Aw.
Oh,
Her Cash App is up and her.
because
PayPal is
I'm on this other channel.
up. It just got monetized today.
I didn't even monetize it yet. That's not monetized yet. I didn't even do it yet. I love Kim. I know. I would love to know if the victim's DNA was found on their phones. You know what, Kim? I'm just gonna start calling you JJ. Because she called in the idiot show last night. You think I mean, I don't know what you guys think, but I don't watch YouTube. I don't even watch myself. I know who Kim is, y'all. I know who Kim is. Hell no. I'm good on all that. You guys just crack me up. I'm allowed to just laugh over here. It's me, Kim. You know, me, Kim. Kim is legit. I love Kim. I'm just surprised her name isn't, hi, it's me, Kim. Love
Maybe
you,
she'll
Kim.
change it.
I have a feeling Wi-Fi will be down in Moscow and Pullman for service during pre-trial. I know you're damn right, and I'm not, so I can't stream live. There's gonna be no Wi-Fi. Lana, Kim loves y'all too. I know. Don't worry, Kim. I have backup data for days.
She does.
I got so much data, I don't even know what to do with it.
She has a cable that's going to be running from.
Don't worry, guys. If they try to shut us down, we got data for days.
Her new channel is going to be called Data and Documents.
Data. You. And what is May 25th, 2023 about? Isn't that Memorial Day weekend? They're having a big party. Well, Lana is on it. Love your info. You are welcome.
I love that you're reading them now, that I'm like looking at my phone now. You're reading
Oh,
them
I'm sorry.
all.
Willow says, well, Lana is on it. Love your info.
Yes, Willow.
Let's see. Lucy says, Lana, thanks for letting us know where to find you. Was missing you. Glad to see you again. You are so welcome, Lucy.
Oh, Sammy says May 25th is Maddie's B-Day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I am wearing my Vans. Don't worry. I've never owned a pair. I might have to go get a pair just for Idaho.
I have so many Vans, you can have one of mine.
Try not to get a parking ticket. Oh, shit. Michelle, have you heard the prosecution could ask for a grand jury, which means no judge or defense attorneys? That is like a one to, if that happens, then the prosecution should just fold. You do that as a secret society when you're like, that's before you even say that you have somebody that you're trying to, and that's just wild. Just so you guys know, that hearing could be for numerous things. I personally believe it is a hearing to suppress evidence before the pretrial.
We talked about this in the beginning for the people
Yes,
who just got here.
if you're just joining us, we talked
It's
about this earlier.
And it's a motion hearing. And what? Tell us about that, Elo, so I can eat chips.
Oh God.
I'm eating Cheez-Its though. Okay, so it's a motion hearing. So sorry, I'm talking with my mouth full.
No, it's just May 25th. There's just a hearing. A hearing could be for so many different things. It's just a hearing. So I'm just throwing it out there that I know what I would be doing is I would try to suppress a shit ton of things because of Idaho law. Lawyers were talking about it with Brian on News Nation today. Yeah. News Nation, 2 thumbs up over here. Woohoo. They really get me going. What have they been right about so far? Nothing. I can't remember the last time News Nation was right. Me personally, I'm still a fan of Ashley Banfield, though.
She won't ever give up on you, Ashley.
I will never give up on Ashley. You know why? Because there's no quit in that dog. There's no quit in that woman, man. She is probably listening right now. Or the Daily Mirror. Yes, the naked man running. Ann Taylor's car is not going to start the day of the hearing. And Lana is going to be asked to replace her. Yeah, right.
That's awesome.
Ann Taylor is pulled over for following too close behind.
Totally. I know how that feels.
Oh, man. JC had such a bad attitude. Who's JC? Jesus Christ? JC had such a bad attitude. It was funny as fuck. Who's JC? I hope it's Jesus Christ. Yes. Watch the lawyer know. Yes, I agree. I like him. He actually has some brains.
Who?
The lawyer you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We're big fans.
Yeah. Defense attorney all the way. Oh, that's who that is? JC?
Who is it?
Jennifer Coffendoffer?
Oh, Coffendoffer.
Well, she's been right how many times?
Naughty.
Silly goose. Gina. And he's just so fucking hot. Oh my God.
Ooh. Who's that?
Jesus Christ.
You guys said that?
No.
Naughty.
No. Gina said that the lawyer you know. The lawyer you know.
Oh.
Just kidding. Jesus Christ. Gina, please stop. Coffendoffer. Oh gosh. Now I guess to get into my funniness here, winding
Silly
out.
hour.
Yeah, silly hour. Lippy Lana is everything. Call in Kim. I know. You know what, Kim? I'm just gonna call you on my phone. I'm sick and tired of this. Let me just give you a call up on my phone. Let's see.
That was to put on speaker, maybe potential.
Yes.
And I can hear.
What is this? Let's see.
Don't ghost us, Kim.
Please don't go, girl. You're my whole world.
Your call has been forwarded to
Oh, Kim, are you kidding me? Like how I hurry up and I clicked it. I didn't doxa. Kim's over there probably like, oh my God, Lana, not right now. Gina says everyone knows Jesus Christ is so hot.
What is happening?
If you just joined us here, Gina Marie is hitting on Jesus Christ. It's just normal. Nothing is hotter than an intellectual man.
Who said that? That's so true.
Miss Nine. Miss
That's so
Nine
true.
says all the things. Give it to us.
Says all the things.
All the things.
Oh, it's true.
Give it to us, Kim. Give it to us raw, says C.
Wait, who?
Not Jesus
What is
Christ, you
happening?
dick.
What is going on? What is happening in chat?
Oh, stop it, Gina. That's all you say at night. Jesus Christ. Yes. Lana is the motherfucking goat. Thank you.
I love that.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. Who doesn't like a little slap happy on a Sunday? At Truth Seeker. You have a channel, don't you? I sub to a Truth Seeker. RVing, keep it rolling. Oh God. When I think of an RV, whoop. Gina.
Can we talk about where RV?
Yeah, I agree, Michelle. I agree. Brian usually brings more love. I think he doesn't let stuff get embellished. You know what I mean? He tries to bring it back down to reality. I can call. You want me to give? Actually, he's not working today. I can call. Einan Harsh, Mr. Harsh. Are you grocery shopping right now? What?
It's not late enough.
Are you stocking up for me when I come in town?
I think they're gonna have to. Him and JRL are gonna have to fight over who takes you out for hamburgers.
You guys, my 24/7 night vision body cam is gonna be off the hook. Yeah, literally off the hook.
She's talking literally. Not
Literally gonna be off the hook. Yes, Mr. Harsh does. What do you call it? He does his grocery shopping on Sunday nights. He likes to go around like 11 or midnight because there's not anybody in the store,
And they're stalking.
and he likes to talk with the stalkers.
But it's STOCKER.
Yeah, he likes to talk to the stalkers, not like the stalkers.
Oh yeah, you and your O's and A's.
My A's. Do it. Call him.
The peer pressure is real.
All I know is, Kim, if you think I'm texting you back, I'm ghosting you for a week. Best members only live ever. Thanks, Lana Bella.
Who said that?
Carrie's like, I'm
That's
so glad I
awesome.
just re-upped my membership. This is the best perk ever.
Best thing ever. Awesome.
Oh shit.
That was the best comment of the night.
Oh, that was good. You're making me laugh over here. Just had to. Oh hells. Oh hells. Let's crack open. What do we have over there? Can I get a Stella?
I'm gonna get Stella's, but what about Modelo?
I'll have a Modelo. You can call me again. Yay. All right, I'm going to call Kim. Kim's ready now.
All right.
Modelo. Yo, what up, Kim?
Yeah.
Hi. Oh my God. Hi, Kim.
Is that Kim? Hi, Kim.
I feel like you're live right now. I feel.
I am.
She is
I am live, baby doll.
And I'm terrible at text, so there you go. So I wouldn't even know. Since I think I'm watching yesterday's show and sick. So no.
Oh, okay. So what's up, girl? Wait till you see my new body cam. I'm like strapped head to toe. I have so much camera gear. I don't even know what to do with it.
You know what? I so enjoy your energy, and you're like pushing us, and you're just really, you know what? This will get solved for you. I will say that. I believe that wholly.
Who's gonna solve this?
But you.
Oh yeah, I think I'm definitely gonna solve it.
They said that they can't hear.
I'm very concerned about you being in Moscow, though, for the whole thing. It's going to be like it's going to be like a desert. The kids will all be gone.
Oh God,
Right?
all I know is I have a tailgate. They can all come and tailgate.
Well, if you can get them back to school. Well, so graduation occurs next week. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord.
Graduation's next week?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I know, which is a really sad day, I think, all the way around for both campuses. Some of those kids should be walking next week. That's heartbreaking. I just can't even imagine.
You know what? You're absolutely right about that.
And I don't know who's guilty, but I know that's not just one of them. It's not just one person, that I know. And I trust my sources. And you know my sources. So
were you,
I know,
Cam, were you threatened?
Well, yeah. Well,
whose ass do I have to beat? Whose ass do I have to beat?
I don't. If I knew, I'd tell you. If I knew, I'd tell you that several cousins on the East Coast who are saying the same thing. So really, I'm in a position where the opportunity to protect my family is fully taken care of by my family. My extended family, my cousins, Becky, and stuff. So, but have I been, we need to be really, really careful. It's not safe out there, and yes, and I've been asked to gag myself, and I said no. Fuck no. Sorry, excuse my language, but fuck no. My kid is
fuck you. It's okay. It's okay. You can say it's lippy with Lana. You can say fuck you. Give it.
You can be naughty.
Yeah.
You know what? Fuck the fuck no. I'm not giving you their name. I'm not doing anything. Like, fuck the fuck no. You cannot gag me. I will stop talking when you have everybody who did this in prison, and I can look Kaylee's father in the eye and say, I did everything I could for you, even I don't know you, but it could have been my kid. Right? It could have been all of our kids. They are our children now.
Well, I agree. I think that's kind of what Olivia was saying when she was like, what are you guys still doing there? You need to leave. Like, you are not safe. You know what I'm saying? Like, four people were just stabbed to death while they were in their homes allegedly sleeping, and we don't have the person or people, and people are just there, you know?
It's not, yeah. And it's not worth it. And I will tell you, so having several children there, I've had to transfer them. One who was, she's graduating and a little more stubborn than the rest, and wants to be there, and they love their life there. They love school. They love college. They're not doing anything wrong. They just know things, or they don't know things, and nobody's how do I say this? The police are telling them mistruths. They're making them feel safe when they are not necessarily safe.
Yeah, I've gotten anonymous emails from students. They actually watch my show, and they, at first questioned what I was doing, and then as time has gone on, they've actually come to really respect, my channel and myself. And so it's like they believe that I truly want justice for their friends, and I do.
I do know that to be true, and I know you do, and I do know that to be true. And,
yeah.
And I will say that so when one of my children will say, "What are you saying something for?" and I'm like, "Because I know something, so I'm going to say something until these kids are safe." And I don't care what people say about me. You can believe me, or you don't have to believe me. I'm fine with that, but I'm not fine with going to bed at night, not doing something every day for this case to make sure these kids are safe and justice happens, because this is going to keep happening. I mean, it just kills me. And you did a thing with Emma Bailey that was just so right on point. A kid who's never been in trouble her whole life. Maybe she hadn't gotten caught. She might have been a little sassy. She sure as heck is smart as a whip, though.
Mm-hmm.
You saw that in the DUI case.
Yeah.
And she all of a sudden gets a DUI. And a month later, she's now facing a trial on May 15th for the death of a young man who discovered something in his journalism class at UI. Come on. And we're supposed to believe you? This isn't a message. This isn't a sign. Blood all over my daughter's washing machine wasn't a message. I'm sorry. I don't believe you.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel very confident that my child can't be touched. I trust. But, I could educate 3 more children. I just want for the cost that it costs. And I don't care, because I just want it solved. and knowing who it is or having an idea who it is and saying that, which I can't say here, is that the police are getting so far away, or law enforcement is getting so far away from actually where the root of the crime is. And it has to be on purpose. It's not a coincidence, because you're right, there's no such thing as coincidences.
I don't believe in them.
The landlord's name is on the car that was found in Oregon that happens to be a white Elantra. That's not a coincidence. That's just, I mean, seriously? How can that be a coincidence? They're not related?
Well, I don't know how important the white Elantra is yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you use a stock image? Why aren't you showing the actual image of the car? Whoever would use a stock image and not show the actual still image of that's never happened. I've never heard that ever happening in a case.
And here's the other part of it. There's a 2-year time frame period between, so they changed the body style on the Elantra for those few years where I think they said it was, and then they went back to the old body style. So there's like a 3-year blip in there where the car wouldn't even match a younger and older style between the 2000 and the 2023 model, somewhere in there. But a car, I know for a fact, a white Elantra, the owner of it, did not get questioned. Ever. Never. There may be 22,000 Elantras out there. Come on. Between both campuses, there's probably 35, if that. And you mean to tell me that's not a one-day job? I could talk to every one of those owners, know where they were, and question them in that 24-hour period if it was even under 100. I delegate. Like, come on, guys. We're not stupid.
Well, and then they come out on that to say, hey, we're trying to talk to this person. We want to talk to the driver or the people that were in the car. You didn't want to clearly talk to anybody, because when you got a damn driver or a car owner and Brian Kohlberger on 1129, you didn't attempt to talk to him.
Never. You let him walk around the campus. And he was a safe walker. I don't know if he was, which sounds really weird.
He's a what?
I think he was a person you would go to walk, like your TA you would go to have him walk you. He would be a trusted person.
He's a walker?
It's like a safe walker.
They're safe. They're safe walkers.
Yeah.
The fuck?
There's not enough parking spots. So if you get a parking spot, if you drive there for one, if you get a parking spot, that is gold, right? So you don't move your car unless you absolutely have to go to Walmart or to Can I just tell you that? May I share this with you? There's nowhere to shop in Pullman. There's two really cute, over-expensive, overly priced, overrated stores. And trust me, I don't have a problem with that, except for, come on, you're holding me out of bounds. Go to Moscow. You have Marshalls. You got a Target. It's better shopping. There's more choices.
There's better shopping. We got Marshalls. We got Walmart. We got it all over here.
We stay in Moscow when we go for parents weekend and the like. It's a better hotel. It's a lovely town. Honestly, without all the fees, it's a lovely town. Without all of this other stuff. But it's always been a little weird. They didn't follow COVID. My kid could play ball there because he didn't need a mask. I will not tell you. We've been in masks for almost a year, and we walk into Moscow to a restaurant. I think it was the Buffalo Bills or Wild Bills, whatever, the chicken place. And nobody's wearing a mask, and I'm like, "Where are your masks?" I'm like, "No mask. Whoop, whoop. I'm not wearing a mask." It's just insane. The insanity over there. They're their own country, actually. They really are, Idaho, and it's always kind of been that way. A plethora of people, many of our friends, moved from Washington to Idaho because of COVID, and there were no restrictions. Life didn't change in Idaho. It's its own beast. And that's scary. They don't follow the rules. Pullman follows the same kind of story. Like the woman who T-Rev had on, who called it T-Rev show, I think her name is Paula. She's not right on, straight up on point. I actually know who her sons are. Oh. I'm not going to say. I will tell you later. I will shoot you that text.
Okay, we'll talk. Yeah, we'll talk later.
I'm not releasing that publicly, though. I know there's things I can't say, and I know that's frustrating, and I apologize to people. I'm not being coy, and I'm not playing games, and I'm not doing this because I don't have a life or I need 15 minutes to say things. Honestly, nobody knows.
No, you're not. You're not.
I
You
mean,
told me all about Richard Batanti and
yeah, I mean, I will call everybody, and I call
yeah,
the directly.
like we all knew,
See if I
like
can
we
follow
knew
up.
about that way before. So like I know that
Yeah.
you know your shit and it's not full of shit. I can prove that.
And I could be wrong about, if I'm wrong about something, it's not intentionally. I'm sorry. I want to be wrong about all of this. I truly do. I want it not to be students involved, but the students could have stopped this from occurring. And that dog was not there. That's how come there's no blood on that dog. Although it was really interesting listening to the viewer that the doctor that's
when did the dog come there then? Because the dog is allegedly on body cam.
Well, he is on body cam, but he's only on body cam getting into, because I called. Actually, my Knoxville Police Department told me this. I said, why does the guy with black hair have Murphy getting into a truck when Jack Decor owns dog is Murphy's owner, and he has red hair? Did he dye his hair? And so, and the whoever answered it, the police department said, no, that was his brother. And I'm thinking, okay. And they were getting him from animal control, but he wasn't at animal control. They were on the drive. They were in the back of the house. So nothing she said there made sense. And then Jack Decor and Adam's alibi. So the problem is, this is what I'm going to think, and this is what based on information that I do have, but I'm not for sure. I could be wrong, but basically this is what I think. What I basically think is that Jack, Adam, Maddie, our little sisters, little Miss Kaylee, little Miss Nancy, do you remember the book? And I think she discovered a whole lot. I think Maddie maybe had learned something or gotten involved in something, which is what happened to Hannah. And I think that scared Maddie. And I think Maddie's done being scared. Now Kaylee's leaving. They weren't in the same sorority, which would put a divide in any relationship. Their relationship was back here. I do not know. For a girl to drop a house is major. Like, or any kid to drop. It's like, or to get dropped. It's like, kids leave school for that. They just don't stay anywhere. It's really bad. I mean, and it's like, really, guys? Who cares? Everybody gets fired. Come on, give me a break. But they're young, so we give them that. So at any rate, I think that Maddie learned a lot, knew a lot, and I don't know where she was going, and I don't know why they didn't tell their parents, except for I think they thought they were big enough. They were big kids, because I'm doing that with my daughter. They're big. She's a big kid now. She knows, right? Instead of realizing you are so far above your depth of what is actually going on, because who can even imagine what this really is when if you really sit and think about it, this is deep and this is long. It's been going on for a long time over there. These are not the first kids. Maddie and Kaylee are just first kids that said something. And when they said something to Adam or to Showalter, in front of Showalter probably made a call. Adam made a call. Jack D knew what was going on. And there was going to be a shakedown. Jack D went and got the dog. Murphy went home knowing there was going to be a shakedown, knowing there was nothing he could do. And I have to tell you something about Jack D, and I'm not blaming him for anything. I do think he could have stopped it. And in hindsight, 2020 for everybody, and that's tragic. He has to live with that forever. This is not his fault. But when I look at his body language in that film in the bar, I'm looking at him, and it's like he's looking at him saying, "You are going to get fucking killed. What the fuck are you doing? Get in your car and go home. I'm going to take you home." Like, I think Katie was giant, and he just got the lever, and so he didn't want to hurt, but I don't think he realized what she was involved with, but I think he knew. Because why wouldn't they have called Jack immediately? Like, why would Dylan not call Jack? Somebody would call my husband first if I was injured, right? They would. My children, when my daughter, she has a seizure thing, anytime she has a seizure, her friends are the first to call within minutes. Why wasn't that happening? Why didn't somebody call Kaylee's parents or Maddie's parents? Why was it noon when they called Hunter over? And why was the dog returned there? And where was Jack D when the police got there? you know? And their
Where
alibi
was Jack D?
Well, so the alibi says that he was at home sleeping, and the alibi and Adam were playing video games till 7:30 or 8 in the morning, and then the alibi went back to Poland and picked up his girlfriend at 8 or 8:30.
Who picked up whose girlfriend at 8 or 8:30?
Their alibi, Jack D's and Adam's alibi.
Who they picked up someone's girl?
No, so Jack D and Adam were, I don't know where they went after that, but what I know is that sometime after 1 o'clock, between midnight and 1 o'clock, that Jack D and Adam's alibi was in Pullman. It was parents' weekend. His girlfriend goes to school in Pullman, and he goes to school at Eli, and he left her at her sorority sister's house and went and got fast food, and then went to Jack D's and Adam's house, played video games with Adam all night till 7 o'clock, and Jack D was supposedly asleep the whole time. Now, do I believe that they were there doing that? Exactly that, yes. But do I believe everything up to that point is the truth? No. I don't believe that. I actually don't. I think that because originally that alibi was supposedly staying with the girl all night with the sorority sisters in their letter house. And it turned out that he wasn't, which was found out later. And I think that alibi the law enforcement knows about, it knows about, and when I called and told them that they told me that they found they didn't use plethora, but they said we found quite a few lies in these kids' alibi.
In the alibis you found quite a few lies.
Mm-hmm. And which is why things were changed. Because I was saying, because that's when they were asking me to have my kids sign a statement or for me to sign a statement. I'm like, fuck no, not a chance. And that's when they told me, that's when he said to me or asked me, and I told him that. And he goes, well, I respect that. I truly respect that. And the information that you've given us has helped. And we found quite a few other lies too. So if you discover more lies, which you likely might, which I have, and I have told them that. So I do believe that Bethany's testimony is actually, I think it's in a loss. I think they changed it to May 25th for the hearing, or whatever the hearing's about. I don't know, because I just heard that. And it actually,
I think it's a suppression hearing, but that's just me.
You do? What do you think you're going to suppress?
I've been looking at some stuff, but I think it's either, I think I'm leaning more towards that than, that's around the time frame that would be like you're trying to suppress evidence for the preliminary hearing. You can do it twice. So one time before the prelim and then one time before the actual trial. And, that makes the most sense to me that you're at least going to be attempting to have a suppression hearing. If there's questionable stuff, especially, let's take the sheath, for example. I would be trying to toss the sheath. If I can show that, there's,
the thing with the sheath is, was it under Maddie?
I don't know.
Because if it was, that would make sense that nobody saw it. And when the coroner saw it, then you would have gotten a fingerprint. In every state in this country, to be a teacher, even a TA, even a volunteer in your child's classroom, you get printed. They've got your print, right? They know who you are. You have background checks done. They literally knew who he was, yet they let him keep walking on the campus. Mm-hmm. They weren't afraid he was going to hurt anybody. They knew he didn't do it, in my opinion. I don't know if he did it or not. I don't know what he played. He must have played some role because he put himself in a position to be accused of it. So therefore, whatever you did, you probably made poor judgment, whatever. But I don't know what he did. But I know this. Wazoo isn't putting a 38-year-old man into co-living housing with two 20-year-olds or 21-year-old students. They're not doing that. That's insane. If I was that child's mother, I would be, well, obviously. They care about me. I mean, obviously, and I called them about it. I'm like, so are you telling me that Cook Housing put a 38-year-old war vet who I appreciate beyond words, who was suffering from this, what he went through to keep me safe, in the same housing apartment as 2 random college-age students? What? It just doesn't wash. I'm sorry. That whole, and they said, and she said, well, we're really just trying to figure this out. And I'm like, who's vetting people? Because he works in IT. So who's vetting? And then you got this other guy who's in the classroom next to my kids. Who is the vetting? Who's doing the hiring there? Because I got to know. Because we need to have a conversation. Because honestly, you got nothing from these people. See, and the whole thing is, they got nothing from these people. So did these people really do something wrong? Or were they just working? Everything in me hopes and prays that Brett was an informant and he's alive and he's safe and he's somewhere in the Caribbean. But I don't know if that's the case or not. But why would SWAT come in and kill a guy they knew? He supposedly worked for the guy in the same company, with the same company that killed him. They knew who he was. And the other cops just waiting for a coffee 3 times? I hope she got that because, you know.
I agree with that. How are you to know that this guy was a vet and you would try to take him anyway other than dead? You know what I mean? Like that's just, you just wouldn't go in there. You know, it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart because
it breaks my heart. And
I'm right with you on the whole vet thing. Like that's so sad because
doesn't make sense.
this is somebody that
It's so sad.
God, that's so sad.
And his actual physical address was Spokane, Washington. And then he owns a home in Chicago or in Illinois somewhere. Maybe not Chicago, but Illinois.
Yeah, he's lived all over.
And his job description says government contractor. It says, first it says military and then government contractor. If you look him up, if you just Google his name, you'll find it. His addresses will pull up. His people he's related to will pull up. I just don't buy it. I hope he's an informant and he's safe. Because here's the other part of it. They called us at 4 a.m. that night. I think I sent you a text.
You sent me all your phone records so I could like double. So I did. I went through all her phone records to make sure she isn't lying to me about anything yet. Kudos, girl.
I'm like, I will never. Here's the thing. I might be wrong, but I'm never going to be intentionally wrong, or I'm never.
That's true.
Lie. I'm an adult. I don't need to lie.
Yeah.
I just don't. I don't need to make this shit up.
I vet my people.
6 months ago.
If you're gonna come on my show, I'm gonna vet you. And no, I did. I was like, here.
Please do.
No, then you did. You sent me the phone records because I was like, you can block out all the other phones. Just show me that you called the police when you say you did, and that you did all this stuff in the beginning. And she did. So I vetted.
I didn't even block out anybody because I've not nothing to block out in my world.
She didn't. Yeah, she didn't redact anything. That's how much. That's how much you trusted me. Like I never. I didn't.
Yes. There are very few people I trust here, and those people have the biggest and widest viewership. And I have promised Kaylee's father that if he can't talk, I will continue to talk until he's allowed to speak. Because they're not allowed to speak. So I'm going to cause chaos on every one of these sites, not for attention, but to keep people thinking and to keep it on the front line. You're the one who, I'm going to just tell you this. And I want you to really feel this and be flattered by it.
Okay.
Truly be flattered by it because I find it flattering information. There is not a YouTuber that I have listened to that does not go back to you. And they always say, I don't want to get in trouble, but I go here. Every YouTuber, all of your information, your timeline, it all makes sense. Life makes sense, right?
Yeah.
The easiest path from A to B is usually the path. Sometimes it's not, but you'll stray off the path. You'll give it that extra thought. I know okay. So Tyler, whatever his last name and his little partner, what is her name? Jennifer what? I don't blame them. They don't have the real information. Jennifer, whatever her name is.
Coffin Duffer.
The law enforcement. Yeah, she believes the law enforcement. She can't make anything but a poor decision or a poor choice or just make a poor analogy or theory about what occurred. She doesn't have the information. Mm-hmm. If you don't have the real information.
Well, she's also ex FBI. I mean, she's gonna have their back all day, every day. So I mean, that's fine.
All day, every day. And
that's
I will tell you, Banfield is getting this information. from, well, my guess is she's probably getting it from Sigma Chi. And Sigma Chi is spoon feeding her things that they want to be true. And these freak housing, they are powerful. I have had people call, like, some of my kids went great, some of them didn't, whatever. It's not my jam, but I'll play the game if I have to make them happy during college, whatever. I do not believe in what's going on now. I have petitioned the schools to get rid of break. It's so out of control. But these kids are, these people who are running, they're not running it. So kids are running the houses locally, but then they go up to the higher. I've had people call me when my son was rushing saying, we really want your son to go here. And I said, my son will really go wherever he wants. And I don't care what you want. Just because I know he doesn't mean I'm going to have my kids sign with that house. That's how deep these people run. Right? That's how deep they run. And it's not about money. I mean, yes, it's expensive. And yes, these kids have what the drug dealers like and rings like about this isn't about the money. It's about the privacy. It's about the underhandedness, about the fact that they know kids will shut their mouth. They're not doing it because kids are privileged. They're doing it because kids are puppets. And that's tragic.
Because, yes.
Right? They don't want to get dropped. They're silent. They're not allowed to speak. It's safer for them there. It's like Emma Bailey, who I never got back to, who was sitting in jail waiting for a trial. Why is her trial May 15th? It's before Moscow. Why? They're waiting to have her fall after him. And now, her little friend who she was with, that guy, his record is long and deep in Pullman. I don't even know why he was there. I don't even know who he is. He's from Tacoma, which is over the mountains by us. But it's all connected. They put an air bubble in that kid's vein, and I just said that.
You think so?
Well,
an air bubble? So you think they hot shot at him?
There's no way Harborview Medical Center is ever releasing a body or a human being if they're not safe. My brother died at Harborview. They are the best trauma center in the entire country, probably the world. They're one of the top-rated trauma centers. If you OD at UW, I had a couple of kids go to UW. If you OD there, you're going to Harborview. They released him, which meant he was fine. They released a kid who's a journalist and major in a frat, used to be the president, to the people who sold him drugs, or was it his friend? They take him to Centralia, Washington, which is closer to Moscow and Pullman, and he goes to sleep, and he died. And
I don't understand how you leave, how you get treated and you're fine, and then all of a sudden you're dead. That doesn't make sense.
And all of a sudden you're dead. Well, because they shot him up with.
But I thought that he was at his friend's place then.
Well, that's really the interesting part. The friend has not surfaced, and the only two people who are in jail for this crime are Emma Bailey and Demetrius Robinson.
I would love to know how much is in that. What do you call it? I would love to know how much was in that safe that night of hers.
Right? Okay, can I just go here with you? My children come from the land of plenty, and I'm thinking in my safe, I'm like, why do you have a safe? What is in your safe? Because I don't even have a safe. Honestly, why does this girl have a safe? Because it's all cash. Because whether people want to hear this or not, and if people have a child over there, it's worth a conversation. They have been running this sugar. It's not sugar babies. I'm saying that just as an identifier, right? Like similar to that. Like you can go out on a date, an escort, you'll get paid, whatever that. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They have that, and then it's followed up by human trafficking, because there are bodies missing from Idaho like crazy. I've never paid attention to true crime. I didn't even know about it until this, because I needed to find a place to keep telling people and screaming at the world that this is not fine. And there's so many things that are so skewed. Like, if I was back east, if I was at home on Long Island, my family would be like, well, they were like, what is going on? They're besides, like, they don't even get, I don't get it. So that's what's happening there. It's so bizarre, and you can't even get your head around it. But that human trafficking then leads to, it's connected to the drugs and the money laundering. And when my daughter said to me over Christmas break, I said, Peyton, why, again, oh, I just said her name. I said, God, right? No, doesn't matter. It's fine. So I said, why not 911? And I've been doing this since it happened when I found out about it on the 13th in the morning. Why not 911? I don't know, Mom. They were selling drugs. It's a party house. It's a plug house. Or not a plug house. It was a trap house, which, And I said, why doesn't anybody say anything? She was, snitches get stitches, Mom. Nobody says anything. A kid died 2019 in her PC class, Sam Martinez, which is why we now have the Good Sam laws, which it doesn't matter what state you're in, you call the police, they'll ignore you and say it's this person who's dying in front of you. So these kids don't die. So, and Idaho has those too. U of I has it too. So it just gets stitches, and they mean it. And kids are afraid. There was a brain of an animal put on the Sigma Chi dumpster very, very, very soon after the murder. Very soon after. This is nefarious. This is a cover-up, and this is so many terrible things. It sounds like a bad movie. It's like a Lifetime after-school special. Remember those?
Mm-hmm.
Right? But let's take, I don't know. Because, and I have one more question, and if anybody can answer this, I'd love to know. Where were Fry and Payne on the busiest night of the school year? November 12th. There was a game. Washington State University had parents' night. Every school had socials. They had kids that just come off dead week and going into finals week so they could leave for the holiday. So where did the two highest ranked officers in the area go that night? Why were they off? Why did you leave it to officers who had Brady Giglio, whatever, on them? Because they did. So why? Where were they? And then why did Payne write that report for a scene he didn't even show up to till 4 o'clock?
I want to know. I want to know, you get the call that you have 4 dead stab, you have homicide 4 in the same house.
Brutally murdered.
I want to know what was going on between 12 and 4, what was Payne doing between just 12 and 4 is my question. And then knowing when the chief then showed up. But I want to know who was making the decisions on who's doing what. There has to be a shot caller that's giving people, that's what happens. You're manning the crime scene. So someone's taking the notes on who's entering the crime scene. Mm-hmm. You have it's just a crime scene list, and that you have to do all your checkoffs. But somebody is giving the orders on what to do and when to do it. That's somebody who was that person? Whose investigation was this from the point that it was a homicide at 12 o'clock when they got there?
Exactly. And where did you take the surviving victims? Because if we call them surviving victims and they're not involved, then where do you take them immediately? To the hospital, which they never went to.
Kim, I have a question. Home. I don't know if you've answered this. Yeah. Sorry if you have. I don't know if you can answer it. Has the defense team reached out to you to ask you questions?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't need to say anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. I you know what? And I've told them exactly what I know. And I will say this before anybody thinks I'm loving Brian Kohlberger.
Oh, stop! They don't. Anybody that says that's a fucking moron.
I don't know. What I want though is to know that these children are and they are children. To me, they're children, right? Yeah. I want them to be safe. We send our kids to we send our children to college. We do all the work to get them there with hopes and dreams, and to have them returned. Not even in a box, in an urn, because that's the only way they can be returned. is it's disgusting as a human race. It's mortifying. Who are we as an American people? Who? We've been the greatest nation on this planet, and we can't even figure out this? Like, honestly, so I don't, and that's what I told his events team. I told them everything I said, and he did. So for a while, I will say this, some of our information was not being put into the evidence. Things were being left out of the evidence that I felt was important. I know two other mothers felt that it was important. I won't speak for them, but I know that there were a couple of other mothers who felt it was important. So that's when I started calling Virginia and speaking to them directly and letting them know. But I had called the FBI the first day or the second day, whatever that day was, because none of it made sense, and I didn't trust Moscow or Poland for that matter. But they asked me what I knew, and I confirmed what I knew. And they asked me if I knew anybody else to call. I might have said, I think there's some people on YouTube like Lana who have a really good feel for this. You just made me go, and I really actually did say that. Because I do think you have a real feel for this. I have emotion involved. I understand that, right? You have emotion involved too, but in a different way. And I think everybody should say something. And Steve can't, and his wife can't, and his daughter can't. His attorney can't speak. That's ridiculous. Are you kidding me? You could shut me up if you ball gag me and put me in a prison. That's the only way you could shut me up if it's my child. I promise you that. Honestly, it's ridiculous. That's not helping his family though, for him. So I get it. So I'll speak for them. So feel free to ask me anything. I did tell them, I told them everything I knew. I told them what I knew about the lies, which he actually didn't know about the lies. So he did know that.
And when you say you
I
called,
gave him names.
when you say you called Virginia, what you mean by that is the FBI.
I called the FBI to tell them that I'm not sure what's going on with law enforcement, but not all of the evidence was allowed. That I gave, only some of the evidence that I gave them was put into evidence to give to the defense team. And if it's not right or whatever, I'm fine with that. I don't have to be right. I just want you to know there's things that I thought were important that were not involved. And I do believe that from what I've heard from these students, because the students will not mess with the cops. They will not. Look at Kaylee's body language with pain. She's open. She's like soda water. She bubbles everywhere. And then this guy comes up and she's crossing her arms across her chest. She was afraid of him. She hated him. He asked her, "Why do you think I'm here?" She was, "I assume noise." Yes, noise means something. Noise is a message. Keep your mouth shut. Hunter was behind her because of that. It's a warning. These kids have been warned. They're still being warned to shut their mouth. When my blood ran cold, my kids said stitches, get stitches. I told them that. And I gave them the names and numbers of the people I knew, and if they're innocent, I'm not condemning them. I'm just telling them what I have heard and what I know. And if they're innocent, I'm glad you're innocent. And if you want, I'm sorry for me, I'm sorry. But hopefully you would understand if you're innocent. If I'm innocent, I understand. If I'm guilty, I don't. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. So I just keep screaming at the top of my lungs. I mean, I'm pretty sure the president at Wazoo and U of I know me by voice. So a little bit standoutish, but so feel free to I will answer any questions.
So how are they able to be gagging the Gonsalveses? How are they able to do that? How is that not a violation of their civil rights?
I go back to this thought because I've thought about this a lot because they can't gag me because I refuse to be gagged. I'm just the witness. I've taken my statements as an evidence. You can ask me to do whatever you want. Arrest me. Come get me. I'll go. Fine, no problem. But they're a part of it, and I think that
are they just asking for them just to be quiet versus
they feel legally. So I don't know the legal aspect of why they have to follow it, except for the fact that they've hired an attorney who might be saying it's probably in the best interest of it. They probably know more than we do, and so they're probably more at peace with what the end game is going to be, and that's why they're not speaking. Right now, they're respecting the courts, they're respecting the court process. It's like when you get pulled over, right? I've told my kids, and trust me, they're white as Wonder Bread. Trust me. And I tell them, I've always told them, don't put your hood up, don't put your hands in your pockets. If God tells you to stop, you stop, you drop it, you listen. We'll deal with it later. And I think that's like if you get pulled over, put your hands on the steering wheel. Ask. I don't care who you are, what color, I don't care any of that. Just respect the police officer, because that's what we do. We deal with it later. And I actually think that they're probably taking that position. Yes, this is, and they know that their life is forever changed, and it's never going to be normal, what it was or whatever. They'll have a good life again. They will. I believe they will. I hope they do. But it's a long haul. It's a process. And they didn't ask for it, but they're here. So I think they hired a really good attorney, and their attorneys advised them, let's just do it this way, because we can't put the cart in front of the horse. That's what I think. I think they're just complying because it's in the best interest of what's best for justice. That's kind of what I think. But I could.
Yeah, I think that I agree. I don't think that nothing would happen to them if they spoke. I mean, legally, they're allowed to.
I don't think anything would happen to them either. Yeah, nobody would put them in.
You know, they went ahead and they did like the whole, like they put in a motion. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
They motioned.
And I will tell you, I know that they are here. I know that the family members are in this group. Like, I do know that they are they come into all, like, with you and the people they trust. And,
yeah.
I know they're watching and they're listening, and every once in a while they'll drop something, but you'll always grab it. You always grab it. I don't even know what to tell you, and I can't even pick a particular instinct. But there's been times when I know Kaylee's sister, this is what she does. This and her babies, this is what she does. And her sister's smart, and she's got a lot of knowledge. And the reason they have all the cell phones is I know what my kids are saying on their cell phones because I own the account.
Yeah.
I pay for it.
Yeah.
I pay for it.
Yep.
So you can pay for yourself. It's my information. Oh, really? You do not have the person's privacy until your ass is on your own and you don't ask me for a paycheck every month. End of story.
Yeah.
Right? That's called parenting. And I think that Kaylee and that company, though, I will say this, and if anybody's listening, the company Kaylee was going to go to work for, they approached my son on the basketball court. My son, he's transferred. But he was at Wazoo, and he was playing in the rec. He's just, off season playing in the rec. And that company approached him to work for them. Now, my son owns a major construction company in the area where he works in the summer. So he makes plenty of money. So we didn't have a reason to go there. But he gave the guy his time, and he listened to his entire thing, and he was happy for him, and he told me all about it. And the guy didn't strike him as creepy because these kids are naive. They're just making good money in the beginning. But then they become evil. That's part of it. And it's also important, I think, to check on who Brian Kohlberger's family is. Because they were run out of New York when, I don't know how many years ago, but I'm not even sure. Brian probably wasn't even alive. And the father broke away from the brothers, but they were chased off to Reno. That's where his uncles are, and they are connected. They were part of the whole, union bus thing. His family is fairly, and I only know that because I'm part of my family. Well, I know that because I just know that. Anyway, but yeah, they were part of trying to do the union busing, and they worked for the mob, and then they went to Reno and then worked for, I don't know who they work for now, but that's their history. And I actually think it's out there in public records, like if you were to Google it. His family.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I think it's all dirty. I think it's nefarious. I think that we've had 6 more people die since the other 4. Just this school year. That's terrible.
Yeah. Let's take a look here. Investigators have looked intensely into information received about Kaylee having a stalker. They have pursued hundreds of pieces of information related to this topic, but have not verified or identified a stalker. This is important because this proves that if you're going to go on that route of Brian Kohlberger was a stalker and stalked these people.
Kohlberger was less than a stalker, more of a, she was picking his brain.
Okay,
Right?
but I'm just simply saying that they said that they went through all of her stuff here, and
yeah,
you're going through the digitals to see. So when anybody wants to go out there right now with the media, what they were saying, like, oh, Brian has all these pictures of these people in his phones and blah, blah, blah. Dude, none of this shit was there. So when did it misstep us to get there? And then when 4 people were murdered, right? I get it that people were saying that Kaylee had a stalker, but you'd be looking at, because you have everybody's social media, so wouldn't you be looking for people that they all 4 would have been talking to, possibly? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, who were they?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the point, and the thing, so exactly right. So who were all 4 people connected to, right? It wasn't Brian. Brian was connected to Kaylee because I think Kaylee was picking his brain. They probably met on, I don't know why these kids think they need whatever those dating sites. More power to you. I don't judge that. But like at 18, like, what are you doing? Come on, go to school, just meet somebody your age. People are weird. Like, but you know what I'm saying? I'm not being judgy that way. But he probably was. He's 28. He probably was lonely. He probably, I mean, if he's guilty, I will run him over 72 times with a backhoe. I promise you that. One of those sharp ones. I promise you that. But if he's not, man, a guy who really already struggles in life hasn't even crushed enough. Like, goodbye. Like, it's honestly terrible. I don't know. Creeper. There was a creeper there. I don't know if it was Ina Nash, but although I don't know that, like, he didn't strike me as that when you interviewed him. He's amusing as F. Like, he's amusing as fuck, honestly. The guy is just out there. But you know what? This is organized. This crime occurred in an organized fashion.
Okay, I want you guys, hold on. I need to say something. Okay, so I'm showing this December 15th because this is really important. December 15th. Literally in 8 days from this date, they're going to ask for historical data on Brian Kohlberger's phone. Okay. And they get it granted, which is really hard to do. Check this out, though. Investigators are sorting through 22,000 registered 2011, 2013 Hyundai Elantras that fit into the search criteria and thank the public for providing additional information about the vehicle. 2011, 2013. Okay, wait, it gets better. Then they want us to believe right here. Investigators are sorting through significant amounts of video content and have received valuable leads on the 2011, 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Come on, y'all. But still ask for more information from the public. You guys, this is a new day, and this is something completely new that they're writing up, okay? And then they say, but still asking for more information from the public, yep, on this 2011 to 2013. Okay, then they say, from the beginning, Moscow detectives have asked for any and all video from residents and businesses within the area of West Taylor Ave. You know, we need all this stuff, whether or not the video, we want all your video, because if something wasn't caught, we're assuming that proves that they didn't go on that street.
and can we just say that
who the fuck is running this investigation?
Maybe the home of Greece.
Like,
lock in. Steptoe.
Who is this dumb? Okay, Anne is like, if he's the guy, think about how crazy this is. Let's say that he is the guy. He's gonna walk because of this. That's what's like.
Walk because of it.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, if he truly is the guy, what did y'all do? Because this is insanity. Like, this is December 15th. Now you're gonna have to say this. Oh, we were lying to the public. So that's what's gonna be your answer on the stand when you made this press release up. Where'd you get this information? Oh, somebody had to give you this to type up. Where'd you get it? You guys are still. So when did you ask the FBI agent to relook at the camera footage that you say you have? That's the Ring camera, okay? That you have in the PCA. When did he go back and determine
the ring cameras didn't work
that that's a
that
2015? Get out! I mean, we want to thank you guys. Oh, thank you for the public providing additional information about the vehicle. Are you like? And now you go back and you read this stuff, and this is what.
Oh, this is what they did. I called them. They didn't fire him. I want everybody to know this because, you can believe me or not, I have no reason to lie, and it's weird to even make it up. When I called the dean's office after they arrested Koberger, because I did, and I said, so you're telling me my kid's sitting in classroom 13 and he's teaching in classroom 12, and my daughter, who could be any one of those children that were just murdered, was walking around, right? And all of her friends are walking around. You let a murderer walk around. Who's vetting? And did you fire him? Well, we're in a meeting, and she literally said this to me. Her name is Heather, and she works for the dean's office. Yeah, I'm going to tell on her. And she's lovely, and she's got a kid there, and she agreed with me, and she probably speaks with you guys as well. And she said, I'm trying to decide what to do with him right now. What to do with him right now? Yeah? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this is when we've gone back to school, right? They arrested him or whatever on the 30th. So I called. So we have the near, so it was probably the first or second or third. I can get his phone record. I can. And I will happily provide them. But I will tell you that she said to me that we haven't decided what to do with him. Or we're trying to decide what to do about it. That he was not fired then. Yes, and if you're a TA in a college, you're new, you're young, you've got a brain, you're smart, you're a little power hungry, that's okay. He was just on a training program. He was in a PhD program to become a professor. Part of that is learning how to deal with the students. The kids thought he was weird. He had nothing wrong with him, not a wound, nothing. Not a glove, not a hat, nothing. There was nothing to indicate he was part of the crime to these students and kids are smart. They know. Right?
Yeah, I mean
he didn't have how do you not get cut? Mm-hmm. I know he's not athletic. Maybe he's athletic. I do not want to say one more word or lie against him unless I know for a fact he's done it. But I don't know. He's a runner, so he's got endurance. So maybe, but I'm a runner. I can hit 5 miles in a day, no problem. But I don't.
Okay, I have more information here. On December 19th, the number of tips and leads. This is December 19th. Okay, the number of tips and leads that have come in as part of the investigation has hit the 10,000 mark. Like, they're so proud of this, but yet you've asked these people to give you tips on something that you don't need.
Can we look at the population of Moscow?
Yeah, 3,000.
That's bullshit. Yeah, it's bullshit.
Okay, then check this out.
10,000 people called you.
So check this out.
Right?
Progress, you guys. Progress continues to be made finding information about a white 2011-2013 Elantra. December 19th.
Those 10,000 people were literally probably 100 people like me.
Calling
if you go there.
Yes.
In the immediate area of the King Road residence during
in the immediate area. So I'm not the only mom. One mom must have called 400 times because she's the last text ever to be received by Ethan. Her sons received the very last text. She likely called probably 400 times because I did. So do the math on that. You're not getting new leads. You're getting parents who are saying, fucking call me back and tell me that you hear what I'm saying and this is what's going on and you are wrong and our kids are unsafe. That's who's calling you. So you may have 10,000 leads, but how many people gave you a lead? I want to know the number of people. I want to know names. Not the names. I want to know. how many times I called, how many times these other parents called, because I can tell you, they know my voice. I you know who I am. Here's my name. You really want me to go through this? And we have to. It's necessary. I'm like, fine, okay. Because guess what? This is my 732nd call. Because you're not hearing me, because I'm not seeing anything that proves you're hearing me. And there's several parents there that are doing the same thing. Listen to us. We're not trying to get these schools in trouble. We've given them our life savings. Are you freaking kidding me? Honestly,
I
I want my money back.
I think a lot of people hear that, Kim, and I think there's a lot of parents and a lot of even students who can understand why, you have that passion and people in your position have that passion that, like you said, and even the Gonzalez has said that, you send your kid away for an education. The last thing you expect them to do is come back, as ashes,
Right. Right. Not even recognizable. And what are you out? And yes, exactly. But it's nefarious because the law enforcement's involved. I'm sorry. I love law enforcement. I do. My godfather is a New York City firefighter. I believe in police officers. I call them police officers. I do not call them cops. I was trained that very early on. To believe this goes against every single thing in my soul. But I believe with every single thing in my soul that they are involved. And I would not say that if I did not see Kaylee's body language. Watching that body language tells me something is wrong. This girl who is effervescent is holding her arms across her chest. She's holding herself in a safe place. And she fucking hated me. That's what I saw. And why is Hunter looming around all the time? Go to Emily. Go find your girlfriend, dude. Go on. Shoo fly. Go on. You're just a pain in the ass. What are you doing? He's just like stink on shit. Sorry, that was fresh. Honestly, my mother would kill me. She's in my mouth right now, but it's true. I'm angry, actually. Yeah, and this kid, the last kid who ever spoke to Ethan ever texted, the last young man to ever text Ethan, that's who I worry about, because he's going to carry that. Because what could I have done? What should I have done? Maybe more, I don't know. But I'll tell you what.
How about this? The house remains an active crime scene, but don't worry, guys. We're going to take stuff out of there.
Yeah, we're going to clear it out. We're going to be the last people on scene to get rid of all of the evidence that makes us culpable.
Yeah.
Let's go there.
And then here.
And where is Terry?
We're continuing to work with the victims' families. Well, no, you're not. You're not talking to them.
We're not talking to them.
Yeah. And then...
They were talking to them if they say what they want them to say.
And
that's
then
the difference.
December 12th, they say something interesting. They say... the investigation team has spent... Let me clear that up. Has spent many hours over the weekend going through tips provided to the FBI tip line and the tip line email. Police are still looking for information regarding a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Tips and leads have led investigators to look for additional information about this vehicle being in the immediate area of the King Road residence during the early morning hours of November 13th. The FBI continues to prioritize and vet those tips. Well, what tip could have possibly come in about a 2015? Just curious.
When you're not talking to owners of 2015 Elantras.
Just a bunch of fucking...
Because they were not. They were not speaking to them. So a tip came in from the gas station that was closed afterwards. Do you know that?
I don't know if we did we hear that they were closed after.
Hold on. I want to talk about this mix-up with Bill. This is when they want to talk about the 6th person on the lease is December 1st.
Ashley with an I.
Detectives are aware, y'all, of a 6th person listed on the lease. Okay, y'all, we are aware of this. We are aware of this, y'all. She is on that lease, and don't worry. These girls, we're going to split $2,500 between 4 of them after Kaylee left. We are totally aware of this.
That's such fucking bullshit. Can I just share with you right now? Ashley's parents were paying for Ashley's rent, and housing.
This
A
is
girl, I will say something, and this kid might kill me. She won't, because we don't know who she is. But I happen to have the privilege of this amazing young girl who goes to U of I and is wonderful, was great, is suffering a lot at the loss of Kaylee. She adored Kaylee. She and Kaylee were very close. And she ate lunch in my house every day her senior year. So when I reached out to her and told her, she can't say anything at all. And I haven't seen her to have a conversation with her because she hasn't been home yet because her family moved. But I hope it's when she I can encourage her to say something to someone, because they all know. 2 ACs fell off the balcony the weekend those kids were killed.
We heard about
Brian Carter
Well-
would not go on Greek, bro. He was not Greek.
we kept hearing
Mouths
about
were
people falling off balconies. We kept hearing about people falling off balconies when we got the body cam.
yeah.
yeah.
They thought we wanted the body cam for that. We're like, no, we're not interested in that. I just want everybody to be. I want to clarify something. on November 30th, a clarification came out. A clarification came out at 7:15.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I want everybody to be clear about this. The Moscow Police Department is providing the following information to update the public on the known facts surrounding the 4 murders. So was it fact when you told us that they both slept downstairs? Was it fact when you told us that they both slept downstairs and nobody saw anything? They were not witnesses and they were not perpetrators?
That was the fact.
Okay.
The fact was they both were down. And I will tell you, I have no reason. And this has been proven through all of the evidence. Bethany and Dylan were both awake. They were aware, and they were in Bethany's room for the entire night. They heard everything. They thought they were being shaken down and warned about talking because Kaylee had discovered what she discovered. That's what they thought occurred. Jack D took Murphy with Adam. They were picked up and taken back to Jack D's house. What they did after that, I don't know. But I do know at 8:30 in the morning or 8 in the morning that everybody had gone. The people closest knew, and then the people who were like at an arm's length knew at 10 o'clock. So I will tell you, and
so this is my clarification. We need to be clear about this. Bill Thompson and the police are totally on 2 separate pages. We need to make sure that we're clear about this. We have spoken with the Latah County Prosecutor's Office and identified this was a miscommunication. How in the world does your prosecutor miscommunicate to the media that, oh yeah, undoubtedly 2 of them were targeted? That's what he says. He says,
that's what he says.
Yeah, the detectives do not currently know if the residents or any occupants were specifically targeted, but continue to investigate.
Oh, that was the biggest deal because remember they kept going back and forth.
Oh, it was insane. But this is what happened here. The same day they find Brian Kohlberger, November 29th and 30th. This is when this happened, y'all. Let me break it down to you. Like, this is when everybody's on 2 different pages because it's like, wait, which way are we going to go in this investigation? Are we going to like jam somebody up or are we going to do the truth? Like, what are we doing here? And that's in this date. You can't get around this date on when this all took place. It's the same day that we discovered that Brian Kohlberger has a white Elantra and it's a 2015. Oh, well, fuck, we're looking for 2011, 2013. Oh, let's just talk to the FBI about that. Do you think this could possibly be a 2015? I mean, what are the odds here? Well, but you never update your shit. You never.
And the thing is, they didn't know what year his car was.
You know,
they knew what he drove.
How is the prosecutor doing live interviews? And just, what do you think? He's just lying? You think the prosecutor was like? You think there was really a mix-up, you guys? You guys think about that? No. How do your cops come out and do a little measly thing like this and say, "Oh, look over here, guys. Just want to let you know, this is our little piece of paper that's supposed to mean everything, and it's supposed to be nothing but the truth, right?" Hey guys, that Bill Thompson doesn't know shit. All right. I don't know where he got that from. Well,
but now, guess who's on the case though? Now,
Get out of
because Showalter might go to prison, or worse. Who's in? Who's in now? Ann Taylor has served them, and she has served them hard, and they know what's coming. This is what's happening. She has served them. They know what's coming, and they're bringing out the big guns. Because guess what? All of these kids are connected.
well, don't even get me started on this special prosecution that they brought in.
Oh,
why
that
did they
whole
bring
thing
in?
with them
Why
coming
did
in?
they bring in these two? They have no experience whatsoever. Where is the vets? Like, don't even. I'm gonna do that another day because I'm getting off of here.
To keep Showalter out of jail.
So, but I'll call you later. I'll call you later, love.
It's to keep all of the students free.
We're gonna free the world. Make it a better place.
Kim, thank you for the insight.
Can we love you?
Thanks a lot for the insight tonight.
Okay, I'll talk to you soon. I'll text you. Hit me in my DMs, girl.
Did she already hang out?
I just said bye, Kim. She knows. All right, guys. Well, I took us to the 4-hour mark, and that's as long as I wanted to take us. I hadn't seen you guys, heard from you guys, but that's Kim, and we'll get into all stuff. But I'm a dates person, and what I was doing while Kim was talking, if you were paying attention to the screen, I was just throwing up dates, and when you go back and you look at this case and you see how this is going to play out in a courtroom, hey, they say they have all the answers, and everybody says, that is only 10%. That PCA is only 10%. And I said, great, because I can't wait to see the other 90, because you're going to need it. And I'm going to be there to listen to this fuckerage. But you better have a lot more, because these dates aren't looking too hot for you. Everything just going right to Brian Colbert. When Bill Thompson's over here saying that 2 of the people were undoubtedly targeted. Oh no, it might be the house. Oh no, it might be this.
I think that's where people started
Please
getting the distrust.
Think, Lana. I would lose my mind if I didn't know Lana listens, offers calm and balance. Oh, thanks. I do. I try.
You have to say people's names.
That's Kim, I guess. 3434 JJJ.
Oh, it's Kim. Kim, thanks again for coming on and giving your insight. Very valuable.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, I'm a stickler. I vet people. And Kim passed my tests. And I don't test because it's like a bad thing. If you're telling the truth, you should have no problem being vetted. Yeah, I hear. And I didn't want any special, I didn't want like private information. I was like, redact whatever. I just want to know the dates and times that you called, certain things. And when I think that Kim's talking off in La La Land, I'll say, Kim, reel it in here, love. Let's focus on what we're doing right now. But Kim, yeah, she spoke up when she heard stuff. Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
See something, say something.
Yeah. And then, it is what it is. The rest is history. Just want to thank Kim. Want to thank all of our callers.
Yes. Great callers tonight. And Lana, thanks for the 4-hour marathon. You did great. Your new projectors and
you guys, what do you think about this projection? I'm a projectionist.
Don't you dare. You don't want comments on that.
Shit. You guys were going to get into all that nakedness. I'll give you guys a chance to fill out your ballots on what you guys think is going to go down. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Lana. You did an amazing job.
I have no voice.
Need some soup. I can make
soup. I need some soup. It's the bomb. We can see it. I know. Isn't it amazing? Hector the projector.
No, it has to be a female.
It doesn't have to be. I like Hector.
Oh, you do?
Lana, it's me. Yes, love me. I don't know, Lana, it's me. I don't know any of these names. How's Whiteboard Wilma feel about this change? Oh, dude, she's a scorned woman right now. Someone better go spoon Wilma for me.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm working on so I can have it both. I can
Well,
have
maybe
both
you should have
ways.
this be a mail so that you can have Wilma calm down about it.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I do try to do my research, and I do 100. And you guys trust me, if Brian Kober is the guy, like, I want whoever did this, okay? But we cannot have it be at the expense. If you get this wrong, I think that more people could be potentially at risk in that area. And I just couldn't imagine living like that as a college kid. You're supposed to have fun. You're supposed to enjoy every minute of it. Like, I don't know how they could possibly enjoy going to bed at night and being scared. And I don't know, maybe these students aren't scared. And then I just kind of wonder, like, why aren't you scared? So, Lana, it was you back in December where you had me believing a different narrative. It's when I first heard your live. Oh, good. So what do you feel now? Party 5, party U5. How you feeling now about it? Well, we thank you there. Cammie, I hope you're doing well. And I hope Gina is laying off of Jesus Christ. There's no spooning Jesus.
Leave Gina alone.
Leave Gina alone, hashtag. Leave Gina alone. I feel it's not him. I feel like something's up. I feel like something is up. I feel like this investigation was headed a certain way. And if you pay attention to the dates, something changed. And I don't know if it was after they shot Brent Kapaka, but I pay attention to dates. And I have a really big hard time with the FBI expert saying it was a 2011, 2013 vehicle that we've never seen to this day. And then now all of a sudden it could possibly be a 2011 to 2016. Well, that's just damn crazy. Then that footage must be shit if you can't tell the difference, which means you got shit. You got a whole heaping handful of nothing. And that's your biggest thing, is that you're putting Brian in this vehicle that you can't even tell what it is. And people should be worried about that. I look at this and I'd be more questioning who's walking on foot, because everybody, that's what that house is. It was accessible for people walking in and out all around there. Let's just drive our car and be on every camera in Idaho. But meanwhile, it's a premeditated, been stalking and planning. That's their narrative, y'all. Like, they can't go back on that. They put it in the PCA. Yeah, his phone pinged 12 times on the same tower that the house is on. Well, so did so many other people's. And I bet you it was way more than 12. That's, wow. This was the only channel months ago where we could feel comfortable enough to have conversations to say it might not be BK alone. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that there's more places you can go and say that. I love to be that trendsetter. Wow, the defense has been working hard, though. Yeah, it's a man's life on the line. Definitely, they should be. If you think about it, how hard did the prosecution work? They had how many people? Hundreds of people working on this case to put this together. Yeah, I got attacked last night on a different channel for saying BK might not be guilty. Oh, there's no reason to go to those channels. I don't know why anybody would attack anybody for your opinion. Tell them to learn what the First Amendment is all about. Ridiculous. As long as you're respectful, you should be allowed to go wherever you want. So, All right, guys. Thanks again. You guys be safe. And I'll be back on over at Truth and Transparency. But I got a bunch of watch hours in here because I'm going to.
Lana. You did great.
Oh, thank you, Bella. You were phenomenal.
Oh, of course.
Everyone,
please do leave a thumbs up.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and, thumbs up the video. I'll share it on my other channel here in a little bit. But also subscribe to this channel if you haven't already subscribed. It's free to do. And
it's free and fun. Guys.
Yeah, Lippy and Lean with Lana. Anything goes over here.
We get to like cuss.
Clearly, I put WSU Kim on here, man. Anything goes over here. Okay. That's great. When the PCA was released, I read it and called BS. Then I found Lana. I was like, yep, this is where I belong. That's funny. Oh, Gina Marie says, good night, Aunt Bella. You're a sweetheart. Oh.
Good night, Gina Marie.
Good night.
I can't see chat right now.
Good night, Gina. Hope you have the most glorious night with Jesus.
Stop. Pray really well, Gina. Pray for Lana.
Pray for me.
Pray for me that I have to be here.
Pray for her. It's
Kidding.
karaoke.
Kidding.
It's karaoke. Lana, do you still have your other channel? Of course I do. Duh.
She just loves to give this one some love today.
Yeah, Lippy with Lana. Ooh.
It has her name in it, you guys. Come on.
Come on, look at it. It says Lana. Spooning with Jesus. It's May 1st. All right, guys. Good night.